Hello. You may be wondering why I gathered you all here today. It is time to address something very important. A question that has burned inside the hearts of so many people who have stepped into the mist over the years. That, of course, being the age-old question of, do all Curse of Strahd DMs think the same? What do you think? Well, as blasphemous as it might be for me to say, it kind of doesn't matter what Strahd thinks. It's about the 6 GMs that I was lucky enough to have come guest on this episode, work on this project with me. That's whose opinions it matters of how did they approach the setting, how did they characterize Strahd, what did they do with the Vistani, what did they do with their Tarokka. That's where the answers lie, and thus that is where I, as your were-raven, will be guiding you to finally get the answer we've all been seeking. So sit back and relax and listen to these 6 creative minds as my name's Locke by the way, my pronouns are they, he, guide them through 10 questions to explore how they approach this setting so that we can figure out at the end how similarly or differently did they all approach this setting. Let's sink our teeth in. Alright, would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Kendrick or Kendo, whichever you all prefer. I use any all pronouns. I am the host and creator of the actual play podcast, Tales Yet Told, which does, we tell stories at the intersection of queerness and horror using indie TTRPGs. And yeah, I played Curse of Strahd, around the time it came out, which would have been 2016, yeah, thereabout. I read all of Strahd in preparation for running it because I was just like, I felt like it was like the summer before I ran it. I got really, really into the idea. I was like, oh, there's a book. Oh, I've got to do my research. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I think I'm glad I read it. I'm very glad I read it before because I think it allowed me to approach Curse of Strahd in an interesting way, and probably would still if I every now and then I'm like, oh, would I run a Curse of Strahd game again? And the answer is I would.
Yeah.
Because yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I definitely wish that I had read it first because I found it much, much later after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, yeah, so my name is Molly. I am a forever DM, longtime friend of Locke, about 4 or 5 years. History major, literary nerd, and all-around geek.
Hell yeah. And member of the DM Council, which is...
of the DM Council. It's super exclusive.
Very exclusive. And then what's your status of running Curse of Strahd?
We actually finished our Curse of Strahd game. It was a home game. I actually took over after our original group kind of fell apart. And I was like, okay, you guys, I have this Curse of Strahd book. Do you guys want to run Curse of Strahd? So it was just me and my friends doing our home game.
Hell yeah. Love the mug.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name is Trevor William Fail. I am the DM. I am in the distinguished position of being the DM for the Strahdcast, our Curse of Strahd actual play podcast presented by Critical Fail DM. And I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you, Locke.
Yeah, I'm so excited to have you here.
Sure. My name is Ethan. I go by the Buff DM online. And I am currently running 2 iterations of Curse of Strahd simultaneously. One is a home game in the more traditional Barovian D&D 5e setting, but another is a streamed and then uploaded to podcast narrative play that takes the Curse of Strahd skeleton and moves it into a noir city using the Savage World system. So I'm running 2 different games simultaneously, so hopefully got a little insight here for you.
Ooh, that's very fun. And for anyone who doesn't know this other system, would you mind telling us just a little bit about how that one differs from D&D 5e?
Sure. Savage Worlds, it's not a D20 system, first of all. It's a lot swingier in that it involves exploding dice. So a little nothing enemy might roll very lucky and take down a PC in a single hit, and vice versa. A little nothing PC might be able to luck out and land a killing blow on a big thing. It also has a really good sanity or fear system and a injury table with lasting injuries, both of which were something I wanted for that game to really dial up the horror aspect.
I was gonna say, that sounds like an amazing system to run Curse of Strahd in, because sometimes D&D 5e doesn't allow for these bigger consequences or is lacking for horror campaigns in general.
Exactly. And that was something that with this particular group, for this particular narrative play, we all collectively decided we wanted to really dial up the horror elements of it. And so I wanted us to utilize a system that would still allow for those surprising moments where you can still be heroes, unlike, Call of Cthulhu, which I could have used for it, but also has better mechanics in place to help reinforce the horror elements. Like you were saying, injuries. And in one of the first big fights, my wife's character was permanently injured from a wolf in a way that would not happen in D&D, and she could simply sleep it off. And the fear mechanics were something I very much wanted, because I think fear mechanics in games help to reinforce a greater feeling of fear from the players themselves. So those were both things that we really wanted for this game.
That's very cool.
Hello, I'm Angel. Any pronouns are fine. You can find me at angelfrost or angelfrost27 on most social media sites.
And what stage are you in running Curse of Strahd?
I have just started my first DMing run of Curse of Strahd. I have been playing the module for a couple of years and have read through so much of the fan and source material that's out there, but this is the first time that I'm running it myself. And we are a couple of sessions in, still in Death House, actually, so very beginning.
Very, very fun. Okay.
Right then, I am Simon. I'm known all over the internet as the Out of Print GM. I've been running tabletop roleplay games since I was 14 and playing since I was 11, and that was a lot of years ago. I am dyslexic, which you think is a weird hobby because there's a lot of reading involved, but I do enjoy playing roleplay games, lots of different systems.
And then what state of interacting with the Curse of Strahd setting are you in?
I initially played it, I think, in the late 90s in an AD&D game, as I think it was a half-elf ranger at the time, who didn't last very long. He got level drained to 1 in one combat encounter, which was a bit harsh, but there you go. I ran it in 2020 during lockdown for my gaming group. We had to do that remotely, which was set up a new level of challenges for running games. And it was probably a little more light-hearted than your usual Curse of Strahd game, because there was enough going off in the world anyway. We didn't want anything too dark.
Understandable.
And I'm currently in the middle of converting Curse of Strahd to work with Savage Worlds, the Pathfinder for Savage Worlds variation rules.
Very nice. And for anyone who might be watching this that doesn't know what that is, would you mind explaining what that system is, especially in the difference from 5e?
So, Savage Worlds is it's a generic system in its core that you can do anything with, but it takes a little work to tailor it towards a specific system. So the key mechanics people will notice difference is all your skills and all your attributes are rated in die size. And when you're asked to make, say, a strength check, if you've got a D8 in strength, you roll a D8. If you've got a D12 in fighting, whenever you do fighting, that's what you roll. They don't have hit points. What they have are levels of injury. So every time you get injured, it causes more penalties on your dice rolls. So it's a little more gritty, I think. Or it can be.
Yeah, I would say that could make any sort of harsh encounters very interesting and a lot
Yeah.
more impactful on the character in the long run, it sounds like.
Yeah. It also has exploding dice, so if you get the maximum on a dice roll, you roll it and you add it on.
Ooh, that's fun.
Oh, it's brilliant. Love it when the players get an ace, what's called an ace on a dice roll. It's great because you can have a D4 in fighting and get a really high result and actually save the day. So
That I love the idea of the RP opportunities just in that alone, let alone saving the day like you said. Well, I'm very intrigued to hear the answers to these questions from you, both from the experience you've already had running it in 5e and also from the perspective of this system that I'm not super familiar with, but sounds like it'd be a very interesting system to run it in. To kickstart us off, would you please tell us how you characterize and roleplayed as Count Strahd von Zarovich?
Yeah. So for me, and yeah, I took a lot of inspiration from Strahd because it really, I think one aspect of Strahd that I really, really like is Strahd the tactician, who is like, he's a war general. The only reason he is in Barovia to begin with is because he conquered it in the name of his mother. And so thinking of Strahd the tactician, the one who can inspire armies to fight for him.
Yeah.
The one who can, despite his age at the time and despite everything he was against, was able to overcome that. It was really a fascinating aspect of Strahd that I really honed in on when it came to how he interacted with the world at large. And I ended up doing a very almost Strahd the spy master most of the time. He's very
cool.
He was very rarely direct with players, and it was always through other people sending messages or in disguise interacting with them. And the few times he ever does, at least in my game, talk to players one-on-one as just there's no pretense, I am Count Strahd von Zarovich, was one-on-one meetings in secret where the other characters are I'm pretty sure they're talking to even the other characters in the fiction would, if they were present or knew that this meeting was happening, there was always a part of their characters that was I think they might be talking to Strahd, but we're also not in that room, and we're also not bursting into the room either. And so I was very much Strahd as a manipulator, and was the kind of angle that I went for him. And I think reading it made me be able to play his longing for Tatiana a little better, because it went from just being oh, you're reading Curse of Strahd, you read the description of oh, this is how he feels about oh, he's he has this longing for this woman, he's hunted her down over her various incarnations, and as as a hook for a villain to use in a campaign in a book. It's okay, this works, but it's very, very different reading the first person perspective of how he feels about this person and the depths of his obsession. Is it was so it brings your understanding to the lengths that he will go, and just how deeply he feels about this person and how possessive he feels over this person, and such a different light, and that really characterized it became a thing where Ireena was the main character for a lot of my game, and not obviously all of the characters had their moments, but it very much became a we have to protect Ireena, because very early on displaying his deep obsession and the weird lengths he will go to try to have ownership over her, or try to
I think that's a perfect way to put that, though, is not just, marry her. It's ownership. It's not
Yes.
love, it's possession. Like, that
Yes.
was a beautiful way to put that, 100%.
Yeah, he has like this weird sick obsession with like this person is mine. Even the ways he tries to justify it in the book of like my brother shouldn't even marry. Like there's oh man, this book does such a good job of like almost getting me to go, yeah, Strahd, you're right.
No, exactly. It made me so mad because I almost rooted for him at a couple points. I'm like, no.
Exactly. The book does such a good job because you go, yeah, wait, his brother shouldn't be married. His brother has an oath. Why is his brother breaking his oath? He has a duty to the family.
Yeah. Why is he going out of his role? Like, that's not how this is supposed to work.
Exactly. It makes you like, it really does such a good job of getting in the mind of this deeply sick individual and and like it made playing him way easier. And I think like even I was telling you over DMs of like it, or no, not over DMs, in the comment and the thing of like in my game. So we started off with Death House, and my characters like it was like it's foggy, it's trying to get you in. There's these kids, and my party was like, no, we're not bringing these kids back into the house. That's silly. And we're also not going in there by ourselves. And so they went to the tavern to drop the kids off. And I was like, I guess I'm going to let this happen. I don't see why not. And then, there's the scene where you're like, there's the bartender, Ismark is in there and like all of like this stuff. And then like they drop the kids off. They're like, yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in the house. And like Ismark is like, yes, the death house. And they're like, what? How about you come with us? And they dragged Ismark into Death House. And it's like, I guess it'll be nice for them to like have like he's a semi-capable like combatant. So it's like it shouldn't be that bad. And they go through all throughout Death House, and Ismark dies to the shambling mound because they weren't invested enough to keep him alive necessarily. So he died, and also there was I had a full TPK. But I can't remember if this is in the book or it was just something I think I read on like a Reddit thread or something, or like I was just thinking of like Death House, or maybe it was just me thinking on my feet, where I was like, okay, I'm not going to have them TPK in the shambling mound fight, but I do want to give a sense of like this world because they're hearing like through like all of the stuff going on about Strahd and who Strahd is. Or at least like there's some lord over this land. And so there's like two characters like barely hanging on. Two of them are passed out. Ismark's dead. And I have Strahd show up to be like because like as like imagining like because they had already been sent by wolves. Like Strahd knows they are here. And Strahd is actively looking for someone to replace him. And so he's been watching them, is my thought. He's been watching them basically since they've gotten here. Sees them go into Death House. He can look through like mice and other stuff, so sure, he can know where they are. But the biggest thing was there was a particular character who was like this like real brutish kind of, I think it was a minotaur, his name Bafo, who was like, for one reason or another, had caught Strahd's eye like pretty quickly and was also one of the last people standing. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to have Strahd come in here and show a play of strength here. Because I don't think he wants them to die just yet. If anything, he wants to play with them more.
Yeah.
And so comes down and like in this show of like power, like starts fighting the shambling mound, but it's like it's like a Castlevania scene where it's like the shambling mound isn't doing anything.
Beautiful.
Strahd's just showing off. And the rest of them like picking up like the unconscious ones that start escaping, and like Death House is burning, like they're trying to get out and they barely make it out. Like I basically like just they were rolling really badly. And they basically like just make it out of Death House before the last person collapses from like just like unconscious. And we ended that session with like all of them just passed out on like the front lawn of the burning Death House. And then they wake up the next session inside of the burgomaster's mansion, and Ireena comes up and was like, "Hey, my brother brought you all to me," and all of the characters are like, "What are you? Who's your brother? We don't know." He's like, "Yeah, my brother Ismark," and Ismark comes walking out, and all of them go, "Didn't you die? We watched you die." And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about, and basically starts gaslighting them. This is Strahd, obviously.
Yes,
He has used Ismark's death as a chance to replace him, to get into the mansion and get close to Ireena. And the characters are being gaslit because they're like, we know Ismark died, but maybe we don't. And then he charms Bafo, actually. He charms the Minotaur Barbarian, who's like, yeah, no, we should trust him. And then everyone else is like, what are you talking about?
This is truly evil. Oh my god.
Right?
I love it.
This is the Strahd I imagine, right? The Strahd who's
Yeah.
like, I can do so many things all at once. I can test all these people, see if they are going to be able to... At this point, he's like, they're probably not going to be able to, to replace me, but I still want to keep an eye on them. I want to play with them a bit. But also, I can use this chance to get really close to Ireena right now with, no one to really as long as I can charm these people, and she has no reason to believe them over her brother. So I'm just gonna write this out, and the rest of them start to calm down a little bit, and they're like, okay, we got to figure out what this is later. Something's weird's going on. And Ireena's like, hey, this is all cool, I'm going to go take my father's body to the church now because we have to do this funeral. And Ismark's like, yes, I will join you. And they're like, we'll go with you too, actually. Because we don't trust this guy. And then they get to the church, and it's a mess. The father's in there praying, he's crying, and Ireena's trying to calm him. Ismark's acting a little weird. And they're like, okay, we're gonna go downstairs and deal with, your son turned to a vampire. That really sucks. We should stop that. We should stop him. There's no sorry, he's a vampire now. Which is understandable. And they try to force Ismark to come with them. They're like, no, you don't have to. No, Ireena, you stay with the priest. Ismark, you come with us. And he's like, I don't see. You all are pretty good. You don't need me. And they're like, no, you come down here with us. So they have been, and Ireena's like, just go with them. It's fine. So Strahd goes down there with them. There's, Doru starts, going a little feral, and then he tries, and then Strahd goes back up to try to close the thing and lock them in there with it. They kill Doru, they come back up, and they're like, you locked us in there. And about around now is when the charm fades on Bafo. And they're like, you locked us in there. Something's wrong. Ireena, you gotta get away from that guy. That is not your brother. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking. What's going on? And Ismark's like, you guys are being really weird. Ireena, we should get out of here. These guys are weird. And Ireena's like, what's going on? You all are going crazy right now. And they're like, Ireena, you need to not be with that man. We don't know who that guy is, but he can't be good. And Ismark, and it gets to a point where, in person, we're yelling at each other because the characters are heated. Ismark, me, is heated right now. It's like, what are you talking about? And in the fray of all of that, it gets to a point where, he's just like, Ireena, you need to, Ireena, come with me. But I slip up, because I'm too in the head of Strahd right now, and I call her Tatiana purely by accident. Purely by accident. Purely because I had read this book. I was so in the mind of Strahd von Zarovich and being like, I need to get her away from them before anything goes.
I mean, the best time to slip up, though.
Exactly. And I call her Tatiana, and then that's the perfect time for Ireena to go, excuse me? And all of them see, who the fuck is that? Who's Tatiana is? And then he's like, okay, you know what? You know what? It's time. I've done it. And then like lightning strikes. The mask falls. He's Strahd. Everybody's going like, oh my god. And then like he starts doing Strahd stuff and is like, no, Ireena, sleep. And she passes out. He goes to grab her. They can't like fight Strahd. And so they like do their best, but like Strahd very quickly is like, no, none of this. Grabs Ireena, summons his nightmare, and is like about to ride off, and goes up and starts flying away, and they're just watching him like go, and then she wakes up passing a save or something. I think she might have just been paralyzed or stunned. I don't quite remember. But she's able to push and fight against him enough to fall off of the horse mid-air and land into the river. And so then they go out into the forest to find her, so on and so forth. But even from the beginning, their first time meeting Strahd is him fully just not being very direct about who he is and not just showing off all his power, because in my mind doing so is just kind of boring for him, where it's like, I could just do all of this, but like, I'm going to be here for eternity if I don't find someone. Like, I'll play with my food a little bit. But also, like, I feel like there's a degree, when it comes to Ireena, there's a degree of wanting her to choose him without so he will manipulate her up until the point of using magic, because he does want it to be her who says, yes, I want to be with you, and then he does his whole vampire thing, because charming her would just be too easy, or not even too easy, it would go against the purpose, I think, in my mind, for him, of like, she has to choose him
because they're meant to be together.
Exactly. Yeah. He has to show her that is the case. Wow, that was really long, but yes.
No, you're so good. That was wild. I also love hearing how people, like, you know, do Death House, but also the first introduction of Strahd to the party, since he's such an active BBG. You know, he's not someone you don't see until the very end. He's going to show up early, and the way it happened in your game was so wild and brilliant and just perfect. I enjoyed that so much.
Thank you. Like, me and my friends still talk about this game of Curse of Strahd, because it was like, that's just how much this game impacted us.
I also do find it a little funny, because I've run it multiple times, so I've done the Death House a few times. Every single time, my party ends up taking Ireena and Ismark into the Death House with them, which is a wild choice, but they always end up doing that. But it's aptly named. It's the Death House. I've always almost had a TPK there as well, except for consistently the only person who's still conscious by the time they like roll out onto the lawn is Ismark. He's the only one who's ever still conscious.
That's so funny. Like, I get it. I know why players will be skeptical and go, I'm not going in there by myself. Yeah. It obviously wants to kill me. It's actively creating circumstances that is forcing me to go in. That's sketch. That's sketchy.
Yeah. Truly.
Yeah.
Strahd von Zarovich, the utterly broken, utterly tragic villain. So when I was role-playing Strahd, I kept in mind that Strahd wasn't always this way. He was completely corrupted and driven insane by his love for Ireena and his need for power. So I honestly characterized him as that completely broken hero, or in this case, broken villain, with aspects of your gothic villain, because that's what Strahd is, right? He is that gothic villain, that person that is consistently haunting the narrative no matter where you go. So I kind of drew on the source material as well as portrayals of Dracula in all kinds of media, because Strahd is literally Dracula. I'm gonna be unpopular in my opinions when I say this, but Strahd is Dracula. That is what this is.
Yeah.
So I drew on a lot of aspects to characterize Strahd, mostly Gothic literature, mostly Dracula, yes, but also on the source material, and now I know that there's expanded lore, I'm gonna have to workshop that if I decide to run it again.
But yeah, I think having him be directly influenced by Dracula when you like roleplay as him just totally makes sense, because all of the lore is so derivative of Bram Stoker's work that like where else can you go with it?
I
really?
know. When I initially was reading, I had in my head the version of Dracula that was from the film with Gary Oldman, Winona Ryder, and Keanu Reeves. Specifically in how Gary Oldman portrayed Dracula as this completely broken, utterly besotted figure. And it's a bad movie, Luck. It is a very bad film.
But you just said Keanu Reeves.
But I know Keanu's in it, and Keanu tried, and so did Winona, and so did Gary, but it was just a bad film. But it's one of those, yes, I'm gonna watch it, because the costumes are beautiful, and my favorite people are in it, so...
Fair. Well, now I have homework because I want to see this terrible movie.
Oh, yes. If you want to make it very fun, just, like, watch it, and just rip on it. Just go for it. Make fun of it.
Oh man. Well, I mean, so the big draw, I think, the reason that Curse of Strahd, I've run through it twice now, and the reason that I was so interested in doing it in the first place was as an opportunity to be Strahd von Zarovich. He is such a delicious villain, and a big inspiration for the character and how I approach him for me was Richard Roxburgh's performance as Dracula in the 2004 Van Helsing movie. Have you ever seen that? Are you familiar?
Yeah, oh, I'm very familiar.
Oh, how good is that movie? Oh my God.
It's so good.
It's so silly and fun and over the top, and I love it deeply. It was one of those movies that I just, I saw as a young kid and really rearranged the chemistry of my brain. And I looked at that, I looked at Richard Roxburgh, and I was like, oh my God, I want to try that. And so when I found Curse of Strahd, it was like, here's the perfect opportunity to really show, my players and now our entire listening audience what I think a big bad vampire should and can be. So it's just a real treat.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I love that movie, and I know that this ends up always being kind of blasphemous for me to say, but that was my first interaction with anything Dracula related. I'd seen other vampire stuff, but that was my first Dracula movie.
Oh, that's not blasphemous. I think that's a great introduction. I think that's a fantastic introduction. The character's been around for hundreds of years now, so you it's kind of throwing a dart to see what you bump into first these days. I think that's a great introduction.
So his Dracula very much inspired your Strahd. Is there anything that you've done to deviate a little bit from that, or is it pretty?
Yeah, I mean, the great thing that D&D lets you offer is it gives you so much time. In a movie you have an hour and a half to get to know a character, but over the course of a campaign we've now had 3 years to get to know this guy, and so the characterization can start in one place and deepen and change and respond to the stimuli that your players give throughout the course of a campaign. And I mean, I think my Strahd has it's just a real joy, because he's smarmy and he's charming. He's even a little sexy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think where my northern star in approaching all of this is to make no bones about the fact that he is a bad man. He is a bad man who does bad things to the people of this valley. And that is always the undercurrent that I want. Like, as fun and charming and silly and goofy and irreverent as sometimes interactions with him can be, particularly early on in the campaign, I want to make no bones about the fact that this is a narcissistic psychopath who has put these people in torment for 400 years and needs to be stopped,
Yeah, I think that is very important to highlight that, so...
So, first of all, in both versions that I'm running, Strahd has been renamed Strahdia and is a female character. I did this for a few reasons, and in both groups, every one of the players has loved it. And this was without consulting She is the Ancient prior to doing so, which is a wonderful supplement out there for anyone who is considering turning Strahd into a woman and wants to get a little bit of advice with that. But I did very little changing to Strahd's backstory outside of now woman. Still raised as still trained to be a soldier from a young age, still was a soldier. The only difference is femme instead of mask. And both of my parties have loved this because I think that Strahd, as written, Strahd, can come off very incel. Because
so.
Vampires were metaphors for those, sexual abusers and those who took advantage of sexual power. That's what vampires were a metaphor for. And so it makes sense that this person who has a huge ego and has been alone and has all this power can come off just as the creepy incel. But when you change even the same behavior over to a female presenting individual, I've noticed that the players' responses are slightly different. I don't think any one of them would have referred to Strahd as daddy, but almost all of them are calling Strahd, mommy. There's just difference. There's just a difference in how we read that. And she's still the same narcissistic, gaslighting, evil person. That has not changed. But there's just a different feeling of power, I feel like, from the players when it is this dominating woman versus a dominating man. We have a lot of associations that go with that, dominating narcissistic man, and they're almost all bad. They should be bad. Strahd is bad. But I think that Strahd is most interesting when they have more complex feelings towards the character than just bad. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, bad, but a little hot, or bad, but polite. Yeah. And,
she girl bossing.
Yeah, and outside of that was a lot of focus on the changing to Strahdia aspect. But other things that I think are very important for the Strahd character is the emphasis on lawful evil. Mm-hmm. He/she, regardless of how you're playing it, they were and are nobility. And so your code of conduct, your bond, your the propriety, and all of those things help to, again, make the character more nuanced. The other thing that I think is very important is that this character should be around a lot, either through animal servants or letters or just showing up places, like when they're camping, just like, hey, just the omnipresence of Strahd could be here. Could be right outside this door when I walk outside, for all I know, because he's been around so much. I think that encountering Strahd frequently in non-violent capacities makes the entire experience with this BBEG so much more rewarding.
Mm-hmm. And since you have one of your campaigns any more closer to modern setting, does that look different when she appears or messes with the party?
Very similar, but updated. Instead of a black carriage, she has a long black car. And they were walking along the streets of Bridgewater, as I renamed the town of Barovia, and they suddenly just hear from everywhere this loud, echoing car engine. And then it suddenly stops, and up 300 feet ahead, underneath a streetlight, there is Rahadin standing outside of a large black car, and as soon as they notice, just opening the back seat, the back door, and Stradia steps out. And I think that there is benefit to that more modern setting, again, in horror, because the more the setting is distanced from our experience, the more easily we are able to distance ourselves from the story. But by putting it car, city, streetlight, rain, like all of these experiences that everyone has had who's playing, they can suddenly put themselves in that scenario that much easier. And that's why I wanted to go with a more updated version in one of the games, just for that little bit of extra connection.
That's such a good perspective, because I really wanted to ask that question about having it set more closer to our reality, because I'll be honest, I wanted to know more about it because I wasn't sure how much I would feel like fear based on that, because I haven't had very many experiences either playing or running modern settings, and you're the first person I'm talking to that has made it more modern. But hearing you speak about it, that makes a lot of sense, that having it be a little bit more grounded in what we deal with today would instill fear. Like, it'd be harder to detach yourself from it.
No, your mileage may vary. You know, maybe you're someone who is better able to experience these emotions by being in a more divorced setting. Not everyone is the same. But I've noticed that with a lot of people, the ability to see oneself in the experience is what allows you to then put yourself in that situation as best as possible. Like, how many of us have had a person, like, frighteningly step down out of a carriage and walk towards us? Like, probably not many. But how many of us have seen, either in film or reality, someone like giving off huge aura as they are stepping out of the back seat of a limo? Like, we can put that in our head very easily, and we can imagine ourselves right there very easily. We can hear the kunk of the back door as it shuts. We can hear the sound of the high heels on wet concrete. You know, that's something that we already have in here and don't rely on the DM to paint. And not that I want to do less job, but the more you can conjure it yourself, nothing I say will ever come close to your imagination. And so if you can conjure it, even better. So that's one of the reasons I love it.
Amazing.
So I definitely want to have him be feared by my players just a little bit. So at least at first, he's going to be, not quite so frightening or antagonistic, rather, yet. He's going to approach them as interesting little visitors, interesting little playthings. He's not going to outright be hostile at them at first. And then as they collect more of the items that they have, as they get further on the adventure, he's going to become a little bit more hostile towards them. And I want him to be like this grandiose figure that instills fear in them. I want them to look over their shoulder at all times, wonder what he knows.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Definitely.
Since you're so early on, do you have an idea of when they might meet him for the first time? Or have they met
I
them?
will likely have him show up at the burgomaster's funeral, but I'm not sure if they're going to interact with him quite yet. He's going to show up in the background. We'll see what they do with that, whether they kind of pursue that or stay close to safety. So we'll see.
That's always a fun time to have the first introduction of him.
Yeah. Just, he's around. He knows what's going on.
Always watching.
Exactly. And I do also want him to leave them a fun little, like, welcome basket once they get out of the death house. Yeah, it's my first DM did the same thing, and that was absolutely terrifying, with just, like, a little note saying, welcome to Barovia, thanks for dealing with that house for me. Here's a little bottle of wine, welcome. And that was absolutely terrifying, so I'm going to do the same.
I love that, because yes, it's terrifying, but also it's just him being a good host, a nobleman.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Well, the way I sort of approached it, because at the time I was also reading Dracula, on one point, I was listening to an audio play on my podcast app of Dracula that was done by a lot of different voice actors, and it was great. And Ravenloft, in its original module, is just the first 2 chapters of Dracula. It is that. So I played Strahd as, well, more sort of a dynamic of 2 sides to the one person. There's the one, the public version that he portrays, which is the nobleman, the man who rules this land, and then the other side of him is the angry, embittered shadow of a man that never gets what he really wants. So you've got that dynamic playing off against one another, because when they first encounter him, he's at the graveyard when they're burying the father. When they're burying him, in my game, he turned up at the graveside. It's just to pass his condolences on. But it's also a clue that he's walking across holy land, which he shouldn't be able to, because there's issues in that church.
Yeah.
And that's when they first meet him, and he's a very good, well-appointed nobleman. He even gives them some coin and asks them to look after Ireena when she's going to the abbey. Because, he wants to make sure she's looked after.
Of course. Okay. I think a next great question to go into would be the souls issue. Because with the demi-plane being separated, part of the curse is that death isn't the end. Souls reincarnate, but there's also a higher population than there are souls available to go around, so there's a lot of soulless people as NPCs. What's your plan for incorporating them?
Yeah, I the main way that I incorporated them, and I'm trying to remember if I think I only really got to touch on like specific soulless NPCs in Barovia. I'm trying to remember if I did in Vallaki. I might have on occasion, but I think for the most part, it was primarily in Barovia. Because I also think maybe my mind was I was forgetting about it because just so many other things were happening, and it was with a lot of named characters. But yeah, I treated them in very much the way that I'm remembering the book describe it. It was like they're just kind of melancholic, very just kind of almost on autopilot. And it was very off-putting for the players anytime they did, because I think there's the bartender in the tavern in Barovia was like the main one that they were like, where they had to engage with someone who didn't have a soul. But yeah.
Makes sense. And then for reincarnation, did you do anything more with that other than Tatiana's soul and Ireena? Did you bring any other big players back?
That's tragically no. I've thought about it, and I almost ran a sequel game for this where it existed in the same world, because basically our game ended up in a place where the characters the characters themselves kind of gave up on fighting this.
Okay.
And so it would be in a world where new adventurers have come, and it's been changed by these past adventurers who didn't die, but just kind of we're just gonna live here because...
I love that.
Yeah. And so I've thought about it in that way of what would it be like for some of the characters that died to have reincarnated versions of themselves. But I never got to actually run that game, so I haven't gotten the chance to do that.
So when I was playing, I actually had a lot of fun with the whole soulless versus reincarnated versus where do you go when you die in Barovia.
Hell yeah.
When I had my soulless people, you have to remember that these people who don't have souls, they're entirely devoid of emotion and emotional attachment, because the soul is what makes you human, in my opinion. So these soulless people essentially would be kind of robotic in their movements, very uncanny valley, yes, it looks human, but something doesn't feel right about them. My first encounter my players had with the soulless individual was a man that was trying to drown a little Vistana girl in a lake, because he thought that if she died, the sun would come back to Barovia. He didn't know what he was doing was wrong. He just thought, okay, maybe if I sacrifice this innocent kid, something good's gonna happen. It's not a kid to me, it's just a thing, right?
A means to an end.
Yeah. And you see that a lot in Barovia, actually. People willing to do anything to feel something. You have the hags in their windmill who are actively buying children to turn into pies.
Yeah.
Because the pies are like a drug that they can use to feel happy for once in their life. And because they don't have souls, they're actively seeking out that rush, you know? I picture these soulless individuals as people who would do anything to feel something.
I really like that depiction of them like treating emotion almost like a drug, like an addiction. I like that a lot.
Yeah, because they don't have it. I know there are people in the world who I go out of my way sometimes to read a sad book so I can cry, you know?
Yeah.
So like, and it's great to feel things and it's great to acknowledge things, but imagine if you don't have a soul. Like, what are you gonna do if you are just ceaselessly existing on this void of non-existence, you know? Yeah. And then when it came to reincarnation, oh boy, did I have fun with that. Because my player created this character who is the son of Strahd and a human woman. And I go, okay, you can have that, but I'm going to have fun with this. And he goes, okay, yeah, go have fun with it. And I go, oh, you should have told me that. So I got to thinking, who are some people in Barovia that have died? And those people in Barovia that have died, where did they go? And so I really got to thinking, and I go, oh, hey, didn't Strahd have a brother who died in Barovia? And I was like, and isn't there a character in Barovia who is the reincarnation of Strahd's brother's lover? Interesting. And so I decided, what if, self, I said, because that's what you say, self, what if, for some reason, I don't know, the soul of Sergei decided, I'm going to stay in Barovia, and I'm going to make some things right. And so that's how I treated reincarnation. I feel like if there is this ability for certain souls to get back into the world to wrong things from their life in the past that were wrong, I feel like I would give them any opportunity they could for that. And when it came to interacting with reincarnated souls versus soulless people, I would actually roll to see if the person had a soul or was, like, reincarnated.
Ooh, that's fun.
Or if they had a soul in general. So if it was someone who wasn't important to the plot, like a guy who owns a tavern, I'd go, okay, this person's soulless or do they have a soul? And I would roll a d2 or flip a coin. If it came to reincarnated, that took a little more work because I would have to be like, okay, who were you in the past? What were you doing? What wrongs do you have to come back to right? So that's how I played it out, at least.
I like that a lot, and I knew a little bit about this character that you shared, since, you know, DM council member here. Because I did something similar that I got to share with you, which I'll share a little bit of. I was handed a character pretty similarly on a silver platter of a Dampier that looked like Strahd but didn't think that he did, and that Strahd absolutely hated. And who else could that be reincarnated other than Strahd's brother Sergei?
Obviously. Like, they just serve this to you like a decadent meal.
You know, truly.
Shout out to players who do that for us.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? That is a piece of lore from the book, that has just never quite grabbed me. And I don't know entirely why that is, but it's something that I've never really made use of when I've run Curse of Strahd before. And I think it's something to do with the fact that, I don't know, you know, people are the most interesting thing, always. Yeah. And so, I think that I want to, like, people are what you want to invest in, you know? People are what helps bring the players further into the world and make them want to fight this devil. You know, a big goal of mine in Curse of Strahd is always just not to just make it the goal that the players need to find their own way out of this valley. But I want a tale where true heroes of greatness thrust upon them and find themselves moved to rescue all of these people in this valley. And I think, I don't know, maybe that's just a little bit harder to do if some of them are just kind of empty husks. I'm not entirely sure, but it's just never an angle that's really grabbed me and that I've used. Maybe next time, you know, because it is a really interesting concept. I don't want to make it sound like it's not good thought and good fodder for a campaign. Maybe it's something I'll tie into next time. But there's a lot on offer already in Curse of Strahd, and I think trying to
Yeah.
tie that angle in also is just not something that I was interested in. And that's the great thing about modules, is that you can just pick and choose that way. Find what sings to you, take advantage of what sparks joy and creativity, and you can leave out what what is not what does not sing to you, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I've had groups really hone into people being soulless and that being part of like the dreary environment of like why does the sun need to be brought back sort of thing, like why do we need to defeat Strahd, and I've had people not care at all and it's never been a thing. So very interesting perspective from you. Do you include like the reincarnation at all with the souls, or is that another part of that realm that you've not really touched on?
That I leave, maybe that's another reason, that I leave specifically for Ireena. And that tale, you know what I mean? And maybe it like heightens and makes it a special case if it is just this one individual who keeps coming back. You know what I mean? I think maybe it juices the narrative a little bit. If I make, in my telling of it, he made this whole demiplane because he fell in love with this lady 400 years ago who did not reciprocate, and he couldn't handle it. Right? And so the only reason any of this is happening is because so he can just keep trying to shoot his shot with this one gal. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so everyone else kind of carries on as normal because he doesn't have much mind for anybody else living in this valley. It's really about it's about the princess. And so she's the one that keeps doubling back always.
I love the soulless people thing because I think it is such an easy opportunity for just a creepy environment. Like the first time in City of the Crimson Tower that they arrived in the town of Bridgewater, and they were driving with Rahadin, driving them into town from the train station where he picked them up, and just saw a few people just leaned up against like concrete stoops, just faces up towards the rain, just gasping like landed fish. Just... What is happening? We don't know, but it's creepy.
Yeah.
And I'm weirded out, and that's not normal. And that by itself is worth it. This whole concept of the soulless is just a great way to have, you go to like the Blue Water Inn. Well, 3 of the people who are sitting here are just kind of staring 1,000-yard stare. And sometimes, like, a barkeep who's just mindlessly cleaning and just mechanically on to the next thing. It's just a great way to make the players go, what the hell? And they may never even get that answer. There are obviously people they can get that answer from. I think they can find that information from the Vistani and from, like, the Amber Temple. There are places they can figure out why that's happening. But even if they don't, great. Because the point of that is just to make them go, we what? And
something's
that's
wrong
what I love
here.
it for.
Yeah.
Is just to create that uncomfortable feeling. Like, this is weirding me out. Cool. Job done.
Wonderful. And have you done any other reincarnation storylines as well?
So, on the Souls aspect when it comes to the PCs, one thing I do like is, especially because Curse of Strahd is known for, as written in 5e, it has pretty fatal elements. The vampires in the coffin shop are known to be like a low-level TPK. Going to old Bone Grinder too early can be a low-level TPK. I like the idea of everyone having the option, and this is again just a choice, to have their soul returned by one of the dark powers to their body. But there's a cost, and you might not know what that is right off. It's not like 3.5 D&D cost, like lose a level, but it might be that maybe you look skeletal right now, like flesh is hanging off of you. Maybe you have a new an additional personality trait of, like, I don't trust like whatever. Just you come back a little changed. It allows the story to keep going with those same PCs, but if they die enough, like they could be someone totally different by the time they come back. Now, obviously, if the player is like, no, I want a new character. All right, cool, fine. But I have done a resurrection one where a PC chose to kill himself over allow a bad thing to happen. And what he perceived as Saloon in his mind was, no, you're not done. Need you to come back. And so he's back as a reborn. So is, partially revealed skeleton, and is still just rotting away, while as a plate armored paladin of Saloon, just partially skeletal underneath here, which is interesting with the paladins that are already in Barovia, who look very similar, and so there's a little connection with them right there. So I like Reincarnation being not only allowed but assisted by the dark powers. Like there's a price.
We do something similar because this is something where I thought it was interesting and impactful, but I don't know if I'd ever do it again. I had a PC die once years ago, and I kind of had I pulled him aside and we did like a little choose your own adventure thing, and essentially, because he didn't want to give up his character, his soul went and shared a body with one of the NPCs that was traveling with him. So then we had to navigate, we rolled for who was in control more, the fighter NPC or the artificer PC, whose powers are coming through. So it was very, very interesting.
It is.
I don't know if I would do it again just for the complications of it took a while to get him back into his own body.
Yeah, that can be, and that can be a tough thing to navigate. And that's asking potentially a player to play two characters, which some people happily, let's go. Yeah. Other people might not feel comfortable or be able to do that, but that does sound cool.
Yeah. He was super down for it. It felt like it was too drawn out because they reserved his body so that he could get his soul back, and they had to make a deal with the abbot. So going from Kresk all the way back to Vallaki to get a wedding dress and then come all the way back. It just drew it out a little bit too long. So I think if I ever did it again, I would want the solution for if they want to get back to being a singular person again. To shorten that would be what I would do.
And, there's nothing wrong with making it be a long, drawn-out thing to resurrect a party member. That's making death feel like it has a consequence, and that's one way to do it. It all depends on how you want to go about it, because like I was saying, you can just have the consequence be pretty immediate and just have them return, just like, hey, player, you want to keep playing this person? There is a way that you would be brought back, but, pick one of these permanent personality traits. Permanent. You are not removing this with remove curse. This is part of who you are. Pick. That could also be interesting.
Yes.
Especially because you are still giving them a choice of they don't have resurrection magic, so you're not getting brought back unless it's this way, or you can start a new character. That's a choice. That's not railroading and forcing a personality change, because the player still has the complete autonomy to say, nope, dead is dead, and just be done. So that's also cool. I've had that happen in my home game where one of the players got captured by Strahd and bad things happened. So is now playing a new character because just wanted a fresh new start. Cool, let's do that. So multiple options there.
So I think, or at least so far with my planning, the Soulless NPCs haven't really taken too much of a front seat quite yet. And I'm not sure if they will. We'll see if any of my players latch on to that kind of tidbit of lore. But as it is with the reincarnation and things like that, I think it's kind of mostly there are the soulless people wandering around, and it's part of the curse, like you said. But most of the reincarnation bit that's going to come up is going to be the individuals that might be reincarnated, Tatiana and everything. So,
are you planning to include any of the other souls other than Tatiana, or have you not thought that?
I am absolutely putting Sergei in the Sun Sword because I think that's fun.
Heck yeah.
That's one of my favorite ways to do the Sun Sword that I've like been reading about. So Sergei's going the Sun Sword for sure. Obviously Tatiana. I'm gonna do an Ireena, a reincarnation of Tatiana. I think that's fun for at least my first go through of the campaign. So yeah, those are the main ones, of course.
So for the Soulless, they were I'm trying to think the right word here, without being offensive. Like somebody with a limited mental faculty.
Okay.
Without focusing too heavily on that, because that can be, again, it can be problematic. But they just lack emotion because they've got no drive, they've got no get up and go. But resurrection magic won't work properly. Revivify has I increase the time limit to 1 day on Revivify rather than just 1 minute, because the soul's always going to be around. The spell just like connects the two back together and heals the body up. So that was simple. As for the resurrection spells, none of the players would have gotten that high anyway, and getting the components would have been an even bigger struggle.
Mm-hmm.
But if one of the players had died, which fortunately none did, but if they had have, I would have also allowed the spirit to possess one of the empty bodies.
Ooh, okay.
Because, that's an interesting option, and that could be quite intriguing if suddenly the big, hard barbarian suddenly finds himself in the body of the shop girl who's, got a strength of 9.
Yeah.
Again, it's something that gives an opportunity for good role play and great storytelling.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I did something similar once where I did have a PC die in a fight, and I gave him the option of potentially having the soul come back, but just not in the proper body, and they would have the opportunity to maybe make a deal somewhere to put the soul back. And he ended up sharing a body with the NPC that was currently acting as their guide. So they were we would roll for whose abilities were coming through, because the NPC was a fighter, the PC was an artificer, which is slightly different abilities. Just a bit. So it allowed for a lot of fun, RP opportunities as the two souls try to figure out how to work together until he was able to be back in his own proper body.
I like that.
Well, speaking of souls, that would roll me into Ireena Kolyana, who's one of my favorite written NPCs in this module, the reincarnation of Tatiana. Mm-hmm. How much did you involve her? What did you do with your rendition of that character?
Oh man, if I'm remembering correctly, Ireena was with them for a lot of. So my game went up until just after oh gosh, what is that? Vallaki?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because Vallaki for us went for a while because we went off book very quickly. And yeah, so our game lasted right after what I like to call the the Battle of Vallaki, where half the city burned.
Okay, but why did that also happen in my recent game too?
I don't know. Vallaki is such an amazing town for an adventure. There is so much there.
Yeah.
For just there is a hotbed of activity that is can very quickly devolve into tantamount war.
Yeah.
In a way that's super, super fun and interesting. And I think, Ireena was there for all of it. I think, after the point where they find her in the river and then bring her, through the Vistani encampment and then Vallaki, she took on a more side NPC role rather than main character, but that that first arc of stuff is was very, very Ireena forward, and even after it, she was a capable fighter, right? She does have her father's sword and armor, and just as the person to be hey, here. Oh, I forgot about the witches. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, okay. I was trying to remember why. Ireena died.
Ireena died.
I forgot. I was full on lying because I was like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, she was there. I don't remember. She didn't do a lot, I don't think. But
No,
she
because
was
she
there.
was dead.
No, because she was dead. The witches
What?
killed her.
Okay.
So after they went after they left Valaki, they went through the woods and they found they found the deed. They found the deed to the windmill, and they were like, okay, we're gonna go check out this windmill. Maybe there's something there. Maybe we can get stuff. And Ireena was like, I think there's some old lady, like there are old ladies here who are like weird and might be taking children. We're not super sure on that. And so she was like, I don't really. Oh my god! I forgot the witches were a whole thing.
Yep.
Because it was after they went to the Vistani. They got their reading, and the holy symbol of Ravenkind was in the windmill. So they went to the windmill. They also had the deed, and they were going to go talk to the ladies. And God, it went so bad. They had to go to the windmill twice because they had to retreat once. Because one of their Bafo, specifically. It's always Bafo. It was always Bafo. It was always Bafo getting into shenanigans. And he got captured by the witches. Like, charmed, stunned, paralyzed by the witches. And all of the hags, I guess. And all of the party retreated. And then the next session, there was like, okay, we're going to go rescue Bafo. That's the mission. And Bafo's player was played by one of the Ravenkind, the Ravenkin people who were like, oh yeah, I've been watching this place, trying to see if, I can save these kids. And they were like, okay, cool. And then the Ravenkin turned into a bird to scout. Went to go look, and all of they like camped like not that far away from the windmill to begin with, so all the hags knew they were still around because they didn't like leave, go to town and come back. They just left, went into like just like the woods on the like outskirts of the clearing for it. And so turned into a raven, went to scout, flew into the windmill where the hags were waiting, invisible, and got caught mid-air because he was just flying through the windmill, just a random bird flying through the windmill looking for things. And so he got caught. And then all the party's like, okay, we need to go out. And they ran out. They got into a fight in the field with two hags who were invisible, shooting lightning, so on and so forth. And they found Bafo. He was strapped to the windmill, having already been killed, because once again, the hags knew. Because they didn't really leave. It would be like if you broke into someone's home and then went outside and hid in their bushes and then was like, okay, we're gonna try that again tomorrow. And you just stayed in the bushes where they could see you from the windows.
Players make such wonderful decisions sometimes.
They do. And so they had as a sign to be like, hey, get out, just leave. They had made an example out of Bafo. And they had killed him. And then they were like, okay, we gotta go. And one of the witches shot a lightning bolt that went through one player and into Ireena, and she does not have that many hit points. And she died. And Strahd was not very happy.
Oh, I would imagine not.
And Strahd brought his wrath down upon the hags. While everyone Oh God, what was Connor's character's name? He was playing this human fighter who was basically collecting these like important swords. So he grabbed the sword of Barovia, of the town of Barovia, or yeah, of the town of Barovia that Ireena was carrying. So like her father's sword, like the ancestral sword of the town. He goes back to grab the sword that she left behind after she was killed. And like kind of like raised it high, and then there was lightning, and then he was like, "Okay, Strahd, I get it," and then leaves, and then they go to Vallaki. So that's what happens to Ireena. Like, and so like for like the rest of what happens in the game is colored by the fact that Strahd is so upset that not just Ireena is dead, but that these bumbling buffoons have dragged her around into places where she shouldn't have been going and got
Yeah.
her killed. Now he's like, okay, I'm going to make life a living hell for everyone now. And I'm going to make it worse for all of you as well. And so,
This
yeah.
is amazing because it sets up like a whole different tone for the campaign if you let Ireena or she like dies somehow, right? Because Strahd's gonna become so much more vindictive. He's gonna make everyone's life worse. Doesn't matter who. Indiscriminately, he is upset that he lost his chance, and who knows how long he's gonna have to wait again for her to return.
Exactly.
So like, I love that you got to see that different side of the campaign because I have yet to experience that myself so far. But I'm sure that led to a lot of other crazy stuff, especially adding into the war that happened in Vallaki you briefly mentioned.
Oh, God.
I don't know if that was connected at all, but I'm sure things were worse because
No, it was. It was. Because then Strahd starts... And this... And I would have prefaced this by I would not run the Vistani the same way that I did in 2016 now. I wouldn't do that. And so at the time, I was playing them as a very stereotypical, like, travelers, kind of nomadic people. Not that at any point they were like, they're all criminals and they're all working for Strahd, and they're all like these like terrible like swindlers or whatever. But I was hitting on the themes of like there is this marginalized people that do exist within Barovia and have particular dynamics with the people that live there, and also are like have a lot of their aggression towards other people is not so much of like it's because it's because we're the Vistani, but like you all treat us like shit, so of course we treat you like shit in return, right? And so it was a lot of Strahd then using that dynamic to then stir up things between the Vistani and the people of Vallaki, and then that internal struggle alongside the Bergam. It was so much. It was so... Things went so bad so quickly.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Ireena. Okay, I love talking about Ireena. So when I did my characterization of Ireena, and I feel like this is genuinely an agreed upon thing with most DMs, she is the last bit of light that is in Barovia. She is this very strong woman who has had her whole life dictated to her by her father, by her brother who's trying to actively protect her, but she knows that she is destined for more. She doesn't know why she knows she's destined for more, but she feels like she's destined for more. And the way she is portrayed in the book is as a very kind of sheltered, hidden away from the world, scared individual, because Strahd has targeted her for reasons. Specifically, she is definitely the reincarnated soul of his brother's lover, who he also loved, but his brother got to her first and they fell deeply in love. It's a whole convoluted, whatever that mess is over there,
Being
family
a creep
drama.
of a man.
A creep of a man. And because I, at my heart of hearts, love a tortured love story, I
Of course.
knew that I wanted to make Ireena stronger than her circumstance, And I wanted to put her in the path of this player who was Sergei reincarnated and watch how they interacted with one another. And I basically put her out there and I go, okay, this is Ireena. She's going to be traveling with your party. And I watched the party kind of immediately accept her into the fold. They were ready to go to bat for this girl because she was just so strong and so hopeful. She was the light in the darkest moments. Even our fighter, who was very, I hate everybody, my husband died, my father hates me, I hate anyone, I don't trust anyone. That fighter would literally sit with Ireena and let Ireena braid her hair. Mm-hmm. Because that is how they bonded. Because she had this unruly hair that would consistently get in her face while she was fighting, and one day Ireena's like, oh, I can, fix your hair for you. You know that, right? And she goes, you're not going to cut it, right? And Ireena goes, no, absolutely not. And that's how they started bonding with one another. And she would bond with literally everybody. And it was amazing to see how quickly they were willing to accept her. Mm-hmm. Like, Ireena is as you said, my beloved. I love her so much. She is your perfect gothic heroine. Because she doesn't languish. She takes control of her circumstance. I love her. Like, I love her.
100%. I think she's the best NPC, like, as written, out without having to, like, obviously everyone flavor her however you want, but, like, even just as written, she is the best NPC in the module.
Yes, I agree 1,000,000,000%. Mm-hmm. She is, my love. I can't. I love her.
And I love hearing how, like, parties interact with her, because I would not trust, to be honest, a party that didn't like Ireena or didn't help her or, like, gravitate towards her in some way because she is such a light. I've never seen it happen. I hope it hasn't.
Yeah, I need everybody in the comments. I need to know. I need to see support for Ireena right now. I need to know.
Absolutely.
Like, how
get in the comments.
Get in the comments. Tell us about Ireena and tell us what you love about her. 10 things in haiku form.
In haiku form. You got homework now. Okay,
I will also accept iambic pentameter.
Gotta have your options.
Ireena Kolyana. So it's funny, my villain origin story for Curse of Strahd is, before I ran it, I played in a campaign. I played in a Curse of Strahd campaign. It was really fun. It was one of my earliest introductions to D&D. I had a blast. And in the course of that, my character started to develop a little bit of a romance with Ireena, which I was very excited about. But we got to that section, and spoilers for Curse of Strahd as written, but we went to the Abbey, and I'm sure you know what's coming next. Yeah, there's that in the module as written. You get to the Abbey. There's that pool up by the Abbey, and if you go there, Sergei's spirit floats up out of the water and is like, "Oh, Ireena, come live in this lake with me," and then she just goes.
Yeah.
And I hated it.
Yeah.
I hated it. One, because, my character had now plotline tied to this NPC, but also because it just feels a little bit like a disservice, And if I'm operating from the assumption that she doesn't remember her interactions with Strahd from a past life, why would it be different for Sergei? And why would this vibrant, healthy, beautiful, adventurous person choose to go live in a lake with a ghost, even if they did love each other? It just didn't ring super true for me. And so that was my villain origin story. I decided, well, oh my God, I'm gonna run this, and I'll show you what the princess deserves. I'll show you what is right by Ireena Kolyana. Just you wait.
No, good for you, because I also really dislike that part of the module, like, as written. I don't understand it for all of the reasons you just said. I get that it's probably supposed to be, like, true love ringing through the souls across the eons. I kind of get it. But also, if you get all the way there and then she just goes into a lake and that's it.
It sucks the air out of the campaign almost, I feel like, especially like if she's been someone your party's been traveling with, and like she serves such an important function in the campaign. She's like, aside from your player characters, she's kind of like the main character of Curse of Strahd, you know?
Yeah.
She's Nina, you know?
Yep.
So like I wanted to do it, and I just wanted to set up a different function for her, a different outcome for her. And the way that I like to incorporate Ireena into the campaign is that she becomes the heroes that your players illustrate to her. You know, she's like, at the beginning of the campaign, she's a sponge, and she drinks in lessons that your players, you know, either impart deliberately, or she just observes through the natural course of the action and the adventure of a campaign. But your players teach her how to be a hero, you know? And so, like, our Ireena, she was taught oratory from our dragonborn cleric who loves to make speeches, you know? And she was taught to fight by our half-orc barbarian. She was, you know, who's great with a javelin. And so now Ireena's primary weapon is a throwing javelin. And she was taught resilience and compassion by our tiny little baby halfling cleric, our 12-year-old sweet Winnie. And you know, like, the lessons that are imparted from your player characters inform who she ultimately ends up being. And she becomes this wonderful reflection of the choices that your players make through the course of the campaign, which I think is also fun for them to see. And so she gets her own, you know, she gets to have her own story wrapped inside of this zany vampire adventure that your players are going on. You know, she's very, very important and very, very central to the way that I run Curse of Strahd.
I always love to hear that, because I think she's such a well-rounded, well-written character, and then hearing what people do with her, and I've yet to see a party not gravitate towards her or, you know, want to bring her along and teach her, so, like...
You fall in love with her, yeah.
Yeah.
So don't put her in a lake!
Exactly!
So, I want to start with my City of the Crimson Tower game, the narrative play contemporary or more contemporary Savage Worlds one. Ireena is Ira. They are non-binary. That's the main change that I made for Ireena in that one. Other than that, is currently with the party, trying to get to Vallaki, or Vallaki Hills, as it is here, and has been pretty helpful, very well-liked. So that one I'm running pretty... I envision her kind of like Evie from the Mummy movies.
Okay, yes.
Or that's their inspiration for, like, clothing style and attitude that I have. Now, in my other home game, I allowed an interesting thing to happen here, where one of the players at first actually took the role, essentially, of Ireena, was the reborn Tatiana. Now, this led to some interesting consequences, because I had heard this suggestion, and this is not something I suggest for everyone or every group. It had some interesting consequences. Strahd was absolutely most interested in this person out of the entire group. And it gave the group a very... Because I have definitely seen some groups and stories from groups who are just like, Ireena, not my problem. But when it's one of your party members, yeah, it is. And this eventually led to incredible moments, like the climactic moment with this character was at dinner, essentially, with Strahd, where everyone else was leaving, and she's like, yeah, but not you. And one of the dark powers gave into this character's head, your choice. You can stay here with her forever or not. Make your decision. And when he said not, he was ripped apart from the inside by shadowy wolves, cool. You're not staying with her forever. You got your wish.
Okay.
And that is how that character was finished. And now Stradia blames the party for the death of the reborn Tatiana, and is going a little bit rage on them at the moment. But it was a very interesting arc to follow, having a PC take that role, because it did inadvertently at times lead to main character aspect, which is something I lamented and didn't. That is an element that I didn't like and should have easily seen coming. But now that that PC is dead, like, it evens out again, and that player is now playing like the new guy to the group. So it's kind of the opposite of the main character right now. But that was a very interesting thing to do, and it led to far more intense emotional responses than simply from an NPC. But that's a risky thing you can play around with. But it was definitely a cool experience, but I don't know if I would replicate that if I were running it a third time. I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up like main character issues, because I've never had anyone kind of fill that role, so it was very interesting to hear about. The closest I've gotten is I have a PC at one of my tables who has Sergei's soul.
Oh, I mean,
Yes.
so you're going to have a similar thing. It just happens later.
Yes, exactly. So we're still very much in earlier stages, I guess I would say, to where we're not getting the threat as intensely as what you described for the person with Tatiana's soul. But it's something that I didn't know if I would ever want to do with Tatiana's soul, just for the reasons that you kind of described, of like, it takes a very special kind of player, I feel, to not let it become very main character, and all the other PCs kind of feel like they're, you know, in the background and not participating as much.
Huge shout to the player who was doing this. He did a great job. He did not make himself the main character. It's just that Stradia was most focused on this character. And so, like, would constantly find opportunities to speak one-on-one with this character, like Strahd would do with Ireena. So it was interesting. It was a great learning experience. It was a possible character introduction I saw, or character background I saw Mandy Mod recommended, and so I wanted to try it. But because that's the only way you learn, for sure. I'm lucky that I had a very good group and a very good player that made it a rewarding and awesome and memorable. Like, I think it ended up being far more memorable than if it had not been that way. But I still don't know if I would do it again.
That's totally fair.
Hopefully pretty involved. Of course, it's also up to my party, you know, if they take her to Vallaki and then just like peace out, that's fine, I guess, and she's gonna stay there. But I have hopes that they're actually going to kind of latch onto her a little bit more, and whether that means taking her on every adventure or trying to keep her safe a little bit more, we'll see. But I do have one of my players as a native Barovian who like grew up with Ireena and knows her. And maybe has a huge crush on her, so I think that'll be really great.
I love when you get a party where someone wants to romance Ireena. So I'm so excited about that for you.
So thrilled. Thank you.
That's gonna lead to a lot of nice RP moments, not only with her, but with Strahd, and the
of course,
jealousy
yes.
and everything, so that's very, very exciting for you.
I'm excited to see how this character kind of develops with that. So.
I would kind of like to share something that I did in one of my campaigns, if you don't mind, because
please.
You mentioning bringing in Sergei and also leading into having Ireena around and stuff like that. One of my players set me up with a silver platter of a character, Barovian born, Dampier, whose vampire father was turned by Strahd, was like an adventurer who got stuck in Barovia, like the party failed sort of thing.
Oh,
so
nice.
like that sort of thing. Looks like Strahd, doesn't believe that he does. And I went, wouldn't that be a fun place to put Sergei's soul?
Oh, that's delicious.
And then, of course, once he met Ireena, they were automatically drawn to each other because, you know, like reincarnated soulmates and stuff like that. So that's been really fun. The player has realized above character whose soul her character has, but
oh, nice.
in character, he does not know. Which, to be fair, he's like a himbo barbarian, so it's gonna take him longer to put, like, the, I'm giving him kind of, like, soul flashbacks every once in a while, so he's getting flashes of the past life. But he hasn't put it together yet. But it's been very fun to see that develop, because I've just had Strahd have beef with this player. Like, in the backstory, we made jokes about, like, this grown adult man who's hundreds of years old has beef with a 5-year-old. Just because he knows that that's Sergei reincarnated, didn't want him around.
Oh, that's delightful. I adore that.
But I also, I love the idea of putting it in the Sun's Sword as well, just because if I never got that opportunity, that's probably what I would have done as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of really interesting ways that you can do, and that I've seen other DMs and things do Sergei, and I think it's fun.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, like, almost none of them are like, he's in the pool in Kresk.
I hate that so much.
It's such a dumb ending for, like, Ireena and Sergei. It's so dumb. I'm not a fan, but...
Yeah. I'm so glad that people have, like, been like, yeah, we're just gonna pretend like that's not there, and they do something else with the pool, because it's just so unsatisfying. It doesn't make sense.
It really is. No, not at all. And, like, even though that's, weirdly enough, like, one of the better, like, canon endings that you can have for both of their souls or whatever, it's just not fun.
Like, I couldn't imagine being a part of the party, like, and they took her all the way there, getting attached to her, and then just watch her step into a pool.
Absolutely insane.
And that's it?
Yeah! And, like, I feel, and I mean, this is also a side effect of, like, the actual 5e module having, like, 0 characterization for Ireena, but, like, it feels so weirdly out of character for her to just be like, alright, I'm out, bye.
Yeah. Because what we do get about her is that she is, like, this fierce, independent woman who, like, wants to stand up for herself. So, like, I get, like, they were probably trying to lean into, like, true love, right? So, of course, she's called to the pool. I get it, and she obviously is going to experience true love if you put Sergei into the campaign somehow, but she's not just gonna give up her whole life.
Right? And, like, everybody that she cares about, she's just like, well, I mean, you guys can suffer, it's fine.
Yeah, my soul's calling for me to drown myself, essentially. Like, I don't understand it.
I am eternally glad that most of, like, Curse of Strahd DMs and, like, fandom spaces just ignore that. I think there's way more interesting things to do with Sergei and Tatiana souls, so.
Absolutely.
She was with the players the entire way. She wasn't aware she'd actually been fed on the way I played it, because Strahd had concealed the fact from her mind. You know. So she didn't know why she was being... When the penny finally dropped, I thought, well, how's she going to react? Because, you know, I don't see her as this damsel in distress. You know, she's very much like a father. So basically, she tooled up and joined the party in going after Strahd. And she was basically, for want of a better expression, she was a GMPC. It was an opportunity for me to have stakes in getting Strahd. Ismark didn't make it to the end game, unfortunately.
Oh no.
He tried his best, but even though I tried to play him as a reasonable fighter, I just got some really bad rolls in a couple of fights, and he got savaged by werewolves.
I mean, that happens, yeah.
But, you know.
I enjoy hearing that Ireena, you know, got to be a part of the party and kind of, you know, get her revenge. That's always a fun storyline to have with her. And I really like the fact that you had Strahd kind of block it from her mind that he's feeding from her. I like that a lot, because I haven't heard that yet. And I hadn't considered doing that in my own games, so I like that.
Well, again, it's the manipulation of... The first part you see of him is the nobleman, the rich man, the lord of the land, and then the other is the angry, vicious monster. He doesn't want people to see that. So he's going to use his vampiric abilities to conceal it.
Very true. In a very wonderful way to play him. With Barovia being separated from everything else, it's its own little separate demi-plane, only the Vistani can really come in and out. It's supposed to be isolated, including to the deities of the rest of the material plane or otherwise. How have you handled that? Do you let any religious or clerics, paladins actually get in contact, or is it something darker, more twisted, manipulating them?
I was planning, so I'm trying to remember if any of the characters started off with a god, because we didn't have like any clerics or paladins to start the game off with. I don't think. But we did eventually get a cleric and a paladin like a little later on. And the way that I handled it was was very much like there is a faint reach that you have. Like there is like you are reaching through a medium that is interfering with your ability to like clearly communicate with this entity that you used to have very clear communication with. And if we had kept playing that game, certainly down the line, I would have brought out the dark powers and had them maybe pretend to be like people's deities and like try to twist them in all these different ways. But sadly, the game just didn't go that far. So it mostly came down to the like trying to impress upon them that they are in a different place with like limited contact to the realms outside of it by like being like, hey, you're trying to pray to your god and you think it's sent, but you don't know if this is a thing that is received or even reciprocated. But they did like keep like getting their powers and such, so they were like, well, there's got to be something.
So the first thing that any DM who's running Curse of Strahd needs to realize is, Barovia is entirely shut off from the rest of the world. But we had, in my group at least, we had 2 players who were servants of the Raven Queen. And we had 1 player who was a servant of Kelimvor, but didn't know because he had lost his memory. He played a fallen ASMR, so we did like a fallen angel kind of situation.
Okay, yeah.
And when it came to them worshipping those gods, I had to step back and think, okay, would those gods have any business in Barovia? And why would they have business in Barovia? Well, the Raven Queen and Kelimvor are gods of death. They are gods of balance. They are gods of maintaining the natural order of things. And there is something incredibly unnatural happening in Barovia. So, if the gods cannot get into Barovia, what can they do? Well, they could, I don't know, send some of their followers into the mists to try to right the wrongs. Specifically if one of your characters, who was a servant of the Raven Queen, is also a reincarnated soul of Strahd's brother, and conveniently is also his son.
Conveniently.
Conveniently. And since the gods don't have any power in Barovia, how can they communicate with their followers? Well, I did a fun thing where I would roll to see if their god was able to get through this cloud cover to give them dreams. Or send some kind of sign. Nothing that can obviously tilt the scales in favor of the players, but maybe something that could help guide them or help them remember things that they might have forgotten. Because my player had started putting 2 and 2 together, but before the final battle with Strahd, I sent him a little Google Doc that had this dream where it was vignettes of his life before he was his character. Just like snippets, major things that he remembered. For example, going to train with Strahd before Strahd lost his ever-loving mind, right? And getting that kind of familial bond with him before he lost his mind. Strahd giving Sergei a sun sword before he goes off to battle. Strahd coming back and looking utterly haunted and not wanting to interact, and that was the night he met Tatiana at this masquerade that was being thrown in his honor. Just things that the gods can do don't have to be direct. They can be entirely indirect, because like I said, they have no power in Barovia. They can't get in, but they can send people who they are close to in to fix things.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. Like, I think clerics and paladins are just a great pick for Curse of Strahd. Because the way that I set it up is as written. Like, the mists of Barovia block access to your deities, that you cannot directly communicate with your gods. Early on in the campaign, I did this great, it was this cool sequence where Drogar, our Dragonborn cleric, was trying to reach out to Tyr, whom he is a cleric of, and I did this great, dream sequence where it was this sort of eerie. It was like a mockery and a twisting of his. I asked him, like, what does it usually feel like to reach out and communicate with your god? And he described it, and I kind of described like a sort of weird upside down version of that usual process. And then Strahd appears, and he looks down at our Dragonborn cleric and he says, "I'm your god here." And so, like, abject terror. It was amazing. And as I was mentioning before with, the kind of peoples of the valley, it's another great benchmark for progress, As they make their way through the campaign, as they reclaim portions of the valley from Strahd's grasp, as his, grip on the valley literally ebbs away, you get chances. They can break through for just a moment, just long enough to, like, say, "I'm still here." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And little touches of your deities become easier to come by as you progress through the campaign. It's a great marker for progress.
I like that a lot. I'm really enjoying all the little markers for progress that they can see just kind of, like, ambiently around them. That's really, really great.
Yeah, well, I think that's not just for Curse of Strahd. I think that's a really essential part of D&D, because it's a game about choices and consequences. The thing that tabletop role-playing games offer that almost nothing else can is that it is entirely fueled by your choices. There are no limiting factors on what it is you can try to achieve in something like a video game, which has to be predetermined before it ships. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and so the consequences of your players' actions are essential, because they are the ones informing the world around them. And it is so important and satisfying for them to be able to see tangibly and ambiently the effects that they're having on the world around them. I think it's a critical part of D&D and other TTRPG games.
Totally agree.
So, Sean, turn this podcast off. Everyone else who is in that game with me, turn this podcast off for this next section. Okay? You heard? You did it?
Better be listening.
All right. But, so, like I said, I do allow the paladin there, because he'll ask, "Can I see the moon?" I'll roll. Yes. But he hasn't gotten direct contact from his deity. I have instead taken and reshaped just a little bit, but it was already so brilliant, the idea of the interfering dark powers that Mandimod and Dragnacarta both made use of in their guides for Curse of Strahd. Highly recommend. They're both free, and they're incredible. They put in so much work. But the dark powers that, are responsible in a major capacity for Barovia being the demiplane that it is, for helping keep it cut off and all of that, they, in this reworking, are kind of stuck in the mists and are fishing for servants, things they can manipulate, because they aren't pro-Strahd yet. They aren't pro-Strahd. So they are looking for someone that they can potentially use to their advantage, either to get rid of Strahd, to replace Strahd, to free them, whatever. So when someone prays or is like, "Please, Coralon, help me," I'll have them make a religion check, and I've assigned one of these dark powers from the Ravenloft guide to each of the players. I have then figured out how they might try to manipulate and get in the good graces. For example, one of them just gave one of the players permanently 1d4 fire damage to his weapon attacks. because he's a dark power who claims the souls of anyone who dies in fires. So he wants more people to die via fire. But to the player, wait, this random person just gave me no questions asked, no strings attached, just a buff? Oh, I'm going to ask again. And eventually they create this bond strong enough that the dark power can start doing negative things to them, though positive for the dark power, and the person might be so desperate to maintain those buffs, those boons, that they just kind of allow it to happen. So those are the more supernatural entities in my game that are playing with the chess pieces here, playing against Strahd, or Stradia. The gods don't really have... They have enough influence here that I'm not going to cut off, like, a cleric's abilities.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't want that. But they also have little enough connection that that's all you get. Really, is you get their ambient help, and that's it. Because even if they, like, did commune, they'll commune, and they will get an answer, just not necessarily from who they think it will be. And like with the paladin of Saloon, and I know I say it differently, but I always like the pronunciation Saloon, always have. But he was praying, no answer. And so the dark power that was assigned to him, which his looks like a 12-foot plague doctor, was just standing nearby after he was done praying and was just like, not answering. I do.
That's so fun.
And just he wasn't pushing anything, but multiple times when the paladin would pray, like, no answer still, huh? Mm-hmm. If you ever want someone who listens, I'm here. And just eventually reeling the fishy in.
Yeah. This is truly devious. I like this a lot.
Even just the manifestations, like, why is there this giant plague doctor that only I can see? Why is there this old fisherman that only I can see? And it gives you just that little thing to play with, but they get buffs. How could it not be good? You're helping them.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
I do have my paladin, who, divine magic, of course. And then I have a Shadowkai elf who works for the Raven Queen. Though not like a divine caster, but, backstory intertwined with that. And I am going to do kind of obviously they can still use their powers and things like that, like nerfing all of a paladin's abilities, like right off the bat would be absolutely terrible for everyone involved.
Yeah.
But I don't want them to be able to directly reach out to their gods or have their gods directly reach out to them. So, like, communication and divination spells are going to go through Strahd, at least. Whether or not they figure that out right away, we'll see. But they're not going to be able to, like, get a direct line of contact with their gods.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it going through Strahd of, the low-key and being like, I'm your god now.
Exactly. And I think that that's fun, so...
Well, when I first started running it, there wasn't a cleric in the party. They had a bit of healing with one of the players through one of I can't remember what ability it had. They had plenty of healing potions at the start.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't have a cleric. But if they had I figured in D&D terminology, to get your spells back, you just need to rest. You still maintain them. But if you need to swap your spells out or get new ones, then you need to go to your temple.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's only 2 places in Barovia that I would have allowed that without much of an issue. One of them is the church in Vallaki. But since the bones have been stolen, it's been deconsecrated and it's losing its power. So that would have emphasised the players if they had a cleric to sort that out. And the second one is there's a divine essence, for want of a better expression, in the abbey because of what the abbot is.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a possibility of those 2 places to gain that. But other than that, they're going to really struggle.
I like having those 2 places kind of be like the beacon of a chance of a connection outside.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
But I also like the idea that something will pretend to be their deity and offer them power at a price.
Yes. Always at a price.
Always at a price.
I would love to talk about Madame Eva next, and particularly the Tarokka reading, because that sets up so much about the campaign. Did you let fate control that and do it live, or did you plan any of that ahead of time?
We did it live. I bought a Tarokka deck from Barnes and Nobles.
Beautiful.
And we did it. We just did it. And so like Madame Eva was very much this, and like there was, I think, a lot of if there was a very like almost like a paternal relationship between her and Ireena, who was still alive at the time, of like an understanding of like, your life is so much worse and it's so not your fault. And this like kind of like this I'm trying to remember, there's a bit of lore about Madame Eva and her relationship with Strahd.
She's his half sister.
Yes. And so like there was this like a deep understanding of like what Ireena was going to have to live through purely of no fault of her own. And so there was a very much of like, I want to help you all and help get you all to do the stuff that you need. And of course she didn't say these words, my brother needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
He's a bad person. And so yeah, that was and Madame Eva ended up not being the primary Vistani character that was like the main face for the Vistani for my players. Like she was like a major one, but there was a Vistani character that I made up named Laszlo. It was Laszlo and his daughter, whose name I don't remember, that ended up becoming like a primary like Vistani like focal point for the characters. He was this traveling merchant who was Vistani. He had like a carriage and stuff, and he would like, him and his daughter basically would like go around, they'd sell things, so on and so forth, see the world. And the characters got really attached to them because like he's just like a very like, he's like a cool dude.
Yeah.
And like is just like, was like a fun guy. They liked interacting with him. He like, they drink with him, so on and so forth. And so they met him at the camp and they became like really attached to him. And this starts leading into the war. They see him again, and please stop me if this is going way off track. They see him again in Vallaki, in the stockades, because of, again, I would not run this game the same, or I would change things about it, and with the right group, maybe we would touch on stuff like this. But it was very much, he went to Barovia, him and his daughter, and he like left the wagon for some reason and got separated from his daughter, and I don't remember the specifics. One thing led to another, and what's his name? Head of the guard, demon.
Izek?
Yeah, Izek Strasny. Izek, like, arrested him, put him in the stockades, for public embarrassment, so on and so forth. And so they meet him there, and he's like, "You need to find my daughter. I don't know where she is." I think like last I saw was that like I think someone has taken her, and I changed the child that the fisherman has at the lake to be Laszlo's kid.
Okay.
And they and so like one group is there like trying to help get him out of the stockades without like not like being seen or whatever, and then the others go to look for his daughter, and they go out to the lake and they see, and they're like, well, oh god, this is bad. And so they row the boat out, and all of them wearing their heavy armor, no one's really thinking about too much of anything, and so like they're fighting with this guy, and he drops her into the lake, and they are able to retrieve the body, not before she dies. and like they bring, you know, Laszlo, his daughter, back, and like this is the point where the game changes, because Laszlo goes from fun loving, like kind of like good guy who's got a chip on his shoulder because of the way that people treat his people, but like is ultimately like a really like a lighthearted character, and immediately turns to like almost catatonic, I'm not talking with anyone. And then they go to Lady Wachter, or Lady Wachter, whatever her name is, in Barovia, and yeah, that's where things start getting really bad. But Madam Ava, I treated her as like a very paternalistic, like very like protective, like I want to help you all because my brother, of course not using that word, is mad. You need to, I please protect her. And so yes, yeah.
And then for the Tarokka reading, you said you left it up to fate. Did you have any like qualms with what you pulled or anything like that? Did it limit anything?
Not really. It was like I was fully, because I wanted to do a random because I was interested in like what could this be, right? And so yeah, it was. I really wish I remembered where all of them were. I think his diary was in his library, or it was in his. It was at Castle Ravenloft. I think it was either his library or his coffin. The holy symbol of Ravenkind was in the windmill, and I don't remember where their sword was. Tragically.
That's fair. If it's been a while, obviously.
It's been years.
That's so fair. I was just curious because I don't know how popular or unpopular this is, but I've started kind of rigging it a bit where I'll do it, but I'll have like the cards that I want, both because I've run it so many times, so I want a different story for myself to keep it fresh, you know. I don't want to tell the same thing every time, but also sometimes you can put everything all in the same area and then you never get to touch the rest of the campaign. It allows me to kind of pick places that I think might allow for the PCs to have good arcs, you know, as well as I hate that one of the fated allies can be a spirit that died in Castle Ravenloft. That's Sir Klutz, who just died because he was too clumsy. Yeah. I just feel like narratively that doesn't fit super well. Like I could workshop it, right? But like it just wouldn't be as impactful as like Ireena being the fated ally or someone else that wants vengeance or might bond with the party. Where I always like to ask, because leaving it up to fate is fun, but I'm not a super big fan of it because of some of the problems with leaving it to be random.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think if I were to run it now, I'd maybe rig some of them, if not all of them. Because I think they're like where the thing is could be fun, just because I've only ever run it one other time. But yeah, definitely like depending on like the group and like who I think would be a more interesting like ally. I think I pulled Ireena for being the ally.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, big rip. Big rip on that one. Yeah. Gosh, I really wish I had all those notes from them. It'd be cool.
You're remembering quite a lot for having run it nearly 10 years ago at this point.
When I tell you, me and my friends think about this one a lot, I mean that.
Yeah, so I initially did the Tarokka reading before I started the module to kind of see where they were going to go and what they were going to do. But about halfway through, actually, one of my players dropped and we had a new player come in. And this player decided that she wanted to be Vistana, because she was fascinated by the idea of the Tarokka cards, because she practices witchcraft. This player practices witchcraft, reads tarot, and is super good with tarot and creativity. And she goes, "Hey, I'm really into these Tarokka cards. Can I base a character around these cards?" And I go, "Yeah, if you want to make a Vistana." And I told them everything they need to know about the Vistana. And I told them, "Hey, if you want to get a Tarokka deck, go ahead, get a Tarokka deck." And doesn't she go to the store and get a Tarokka deck, right? And the one time, I think it was about at the halfway point, they'd already gotten one of the relics from the original Tarokka reading I'd done with Madame Eva, because they did see Madame Eva as well. So it changed a few times. But she decided one night she was going to do a Tarokka reading, because I forget something had happened, but I forget exactly what it was. And she was consulting the cards to see what they needed to do next. Mm-hmm. And I go, okay, go ahead, draw some Tarokka cards for me. And she did, and that switched gears of the entire adventure. So yes, they had the original artifact they needed to defeat Strahd, one of them at least. But then she pulled all these cards, and she basically redirected the entire adventure. And I didn't tell her this, but I go, okay, cool. So we're going to switch gears. We're going to go to where we need to go to next. And I guess we're just going to roll with it, because I thought that was such a cool character for her to make. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Tell her no? Like,
no, that's so sick to have, like, a PC kind of be the one that dictates, like, okay, this is, like, where we need to go to get blah, blah, blah. Not that they might have realized in the moment that's what they were doing, but, like, to set the course for the campaign, and speaks to your DM ability to be able to shift gears, like, after getting that reading.
Yeah. Yeah, I genuinely love how creative players can be at any given moment. Genuinely. I love to see what they come up with. And that was one of the coolest characters I've ever encountered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question, because it's a big part. It's a big part of the module. So I've run Curse of Strahd twice now. The first time I ran through the pandemic, and that because it was the pandemic, we were able to finish that up in a year. And now I still have this new ongoing one. And so the first time that I did it just as written. You know, I let fate decide. And it's a great mechanic. I think it's a great starting point. And I can see how, like, it's great for repeat playthroughs of the campaign, just to make things different, because now the important pieces of the campaign are all in different spots. Mm-hmm. I think it's a great jumping off point, and it's a great way to start. And it's a great thing to sort of, like, jumpstart your own creativity about what you want to be important in your own campaign. Ultimately, the second time through, I decided to discard not only the random location of the items, but those important items themselves. I didn't want to dictate what was going to be most important for my players moving through this. I wanted them to find, I wanted the real Sun Sword to be the friends they made along the way, going through this time, you know?
Yeah.
So what I ended up using the reading for this time was the adventure hook. I had all of my players, before they get to Barovia, wake up with one of the cards under their pillows. They had a mysterious dream where Madame Eva appeared to them, and when they awoke, they each had one of the Tarokka cards under their pillow. And what I even tried to do is I kind of tried to, like, cast my vision forward into the campaign and pick cards based on which sections of the campaign I thought would be particularly important to the character, just based on what I knew already about them. So, for example, for our cleric, our dragonborn cleric, I did the card, the Knights card, you know, for the Knights of Argynvost.
Yes.
And for our younger halfling cleric, I gave her the Shepherd, which I tied to the mongrel folk in the abbey. I thought that would be particularly moving for her. For our half-elf ranger, I gave the druid, because I thought the druids of Yesterhill would be meaningful for him. So I tried to, like, pick cards that I thought aligned with what I knew of the character so far. And that's what brought them all together. They were in a tavern, and one of them mentioned, I had a weird dream, and I woke up with this playing card. And then all of them were like, what? And so then they get spirited away to Barovia, and ultimately they end up meeting Madame Eva for a little bit once they were there. But instead of using it as, like, the setup for the campaign, I used it just as the adventure hook to get them all latched into it.
That's super creative. I've never thought to, like, do it that way, to kind of, like, assign a Tarokka archetype in a way to characters. That's so fun.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was more successful than I could have hoped it would have been. It was a great way to kick things off. They were really excited about it.
So, this might be controversial to some, and might not be to others. It is the perception of randomness that is far more important than the reality of it. If you believe that the reading was random, then it was random. So, if I can give the players the enjoyment of a random reading, while simultaneously making sure that they don't draw things that will lead to a unsatisfying or rushed or convoluted or disjointed, because there are a lot of options for everything here. Some of them are really bad. And I don't mean bad as in like unfortunate and you have to work against it. I mean, will lead to a less good story just almost objectively. That doesn't mean you can't still have fun with every option. Of course you can. But, like, imagine if you found the Sun Sword in Madame Ava's tent, like, session 7. Like, just, I have the most powerful weapon in the game. Right here. Let's roll. And that's, you know, that might be an exaggeration, but it's not that much of one. So I will either limit it to like 3 options per card draw of like, I'm fine with any of these 3, I'm fine with any of these 3, I'm fine. Or I will flat out stack the deck, but I'll shuffle it in front of them. And because I can force 5 cards, or I can force 3 cards onto the top of the large deck and 2 cards onto the top of the small one. That's no problem. And I will present it entirely as if it is random, and for them, it is. And I've just made sure that they're going to have a storyline that is more interesting and flows better, and, you know, have natural. Here, you'll get one thing in the first fifth. You'll get another thing in the second fifth. Another thing like that's well distributed and leads to interesting places and things like that. Why not stack it? I don't see. There is no moral superiority in allowing it to be random. So I respect those who do so, but I'm not gonna.
I wholly agree with you here. I know that one of the for the enemies can be like Sir Klutz, I think his name is, which is just like a random ghost from the castle that you could have no connection with. It feels like you'd have to really shoehorn him in.
Well, one of the fated allies is none.
Yeah, you could end up with no one, and what fun is that?
And one is like Blinsky? Now, don't get me wrong, I love the fake out of Dan Richten being Blinsky as in the reading, a funny dressed man with a monkey. Like, oh, that must be him. No. But yeah, there are some options that are just better.
Yeah.
It
or
just
they
is.
cluster you into one part of Barovia to where you never end up on like the westernmost part of the map.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you want it to spread out so people can see more of the campaign.
There are a number of locations that is very likely. Now, it is slightly sandboxy, so it's not like I want to railroad everything, but I would, like, Argenvostold. If you don't have a card that leads them there, I think you could go the campaign and not go there.
Argenvostold is one of my favorite areas of the whole campaign, and I've run it twice, didn't finish it. I'm currently running it twice as well.
I just got to it in one of my games.
Yeah. Still haven't touched it. Still
and
haven't touched
it.
it.
It's a cool area. So if you can put something here that's like, hey, if you go here, cool thing. Because game design, players in any type of game will do what the game incentivizes.
Yep.
And there are certainly players who will be like, there's no reason for us to go here, let's go anyway. But there are going to be plenty of players, especially in a dreary, dangerous setting, who are like, why are we risking going anywhere we don't have to?
Yep.
If we don't have to go to this place, the home of a dead silver dragon with undead paladins, if we don't have to go there, maybe we shouldn't. So if you put something there that you're like, well, you really should, though, then it lures them along. And in both games, every card has been different. So I didn't do like the same 5 reading. In one, Dan Richten was the fated ally, and the other Esmeralda. In one, the journal could be found in the attic of Lady Wachter. In another, in the Savage Worlds one of my players chose a hindrance called like vision, or a edge called visions, I think. It's basically once a session, they get a little vision of something that might be happening. It's a special feat in Savage Worlds. And I was like, oh, so you're going to be the living journal of Stradia. You're just going to, instead of, because I was using like this rework of the Tome of Stradia where when you decoded a chapter of it, you got to play through the chapter a little bit and go inside of it and get a more in-depth understanding of like that backstory moment and all of that.
Oh my god, yeah.
So instead of reading the book, decoding it, it's just something that her character will randomly just be like, eyes roll back, and we'll just have this vision, which I was like, that works so well.
Yeah.
Because
that's
one
so
of the
cool.
options for the location of the Tome of Strahd is in Madame Ava's tent. Mm-hmm. And so this person was literally in Madame Ava's tent during the reading. So it's true that the source of ancient history is here in this tent. It's you, but you don't know that yet. So I think that there are a lot of good results. It's not just one. It's not like this is the only viable result for the location of the Sun Sword or where the final confrontation will happen. But like where the final confrontation will happen, there are some locations that are just more narratively satisfying for that than like, I don't know, like the dining room. No, like in the crypts or up at the top of the tower, like on Sergei's tomb, like something here that is just narratively climactic. Again, you can make it cool, but dining room just peaks of Castle Ravenloft. Oh, now we're talking.
It really is all about the story at the end of the Tarokka reading.
Absolutely, because the Tarokka reading is a unique mechanic where you're basically saying, hey, here are story beats that we're going to hit in the next 30 sessions. Mm-hmm. Just so you know. How we get there, it's up to you. But in order to get to the final confrontation win, you got to hit these beats in between now and then. It's a very cool mechanic, and I'm sure doing it randomly can be cool and interesting. I just don't know. No. I don't want Piddlewick as the fated ally. I really don't. I don't want that, man. Yeah. Piddlewick is a pain enough just to have one character just have.
Okay, fair. I was gonna try to defend the little murderous clockwork toy, but
look, he's in my group. And he's constantly like tying people's shoelaces together. They fashioned little butcher knives for him that are now tied onto his little mannequin hands. Mm-hmm. So it's a thing. But to have him be the fated ally could be fun. But again, I love the horror aspect. And I feel like that could undercut it. Like, to have your fated ally be the haunted wooden doll, it has horror elements, but come on, like, little wooden doll just going like this on Strahd, like,
If the vibe you're going for isn't, like, dark comedy, it doesn't fully work.
Dark comedy, please have Piddlewick be... And that's such a great point, and the tone you're going for... Your reading can help with that a lot. Like, do you want them to feel absolutely helpless? Maybe they shouldn't have a fated ally. Imagine the blow that reading would be with Miss Ava saying, "This card will tell of one who will aid you in your fight against the darkness." Flip. Oh, shit. It could be a great thing. But it has to be for the right tone. Now I really want to run that one. Like,
honestly,
the Scary
so
Movie
fun.
crew speed runs Curse of Strahd. Well, looks like you kids are SOL.
I am going to give them the choice. So I am going to tell them, and I do run, this party has like half and half split of people who don't really know that much about the module, and like half people who started playing, got to Valaki, and then their game fell apart. So this is, some of them do know about the Tarokka reading and everything like that. But I'm gonna give them the choice as they're kind of entering Madame Ava's tent and everything like that. Like, how much do you want to leave this up to fate? And I will be frank with them and tell them, like, well, I have in my mind, like, the idealized version of the plot and how this works, and making sure that not all of the items are in the same place, or they're kind of spread out like plot wise,
Yeah.
and that their ally is useful to them at all. So, give them Arabella, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
So I will tell them and give them choice if they want to spin the Wheel of Fate and see what they get, or take a kind of pre-drawn version that I will have set up, which will likely include, like, the tome will be somewhere in Balaki, and I like putting the Somme Sword in Argynvostholt and things like that. We'll see what they choose. I don't know. I think that either way would be okay and have different, like, interesting bits that happen for it, right? So
Yeah.
one of them is, like, truly up to fate, and that's fun in its own way, and then the other way is, like, a little bit more, I think, narratively satisfying. So, yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate collaborating with your party on that, because
Mm-hmm.
I agree that, like, sometimes it is fun to leave it up to fate, but I always complain about one of the fated allies being Sir Klutz, a random
Oh my
knight
God,
that died
yes.
because he was too clumsy. I'm like, how do you tie that in, like, satisfying in a narrative way?
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Or, like you said, having everything be all in one area and you never even touch, like, the west part of the map or something like that.
Exactly. They have to
So-
have, like, reasons to go different places. And regardless of which option they choose for, like, the 5-card draw that's written into the module, I do also want to do, I'm planning on doing, like, their own individual drawings, where I, like, give them a card that it has something to do with each of their backstories and things like that. And then the second card that each of them will get will be some kind of plot hook for them, that I think would be narratively interesting for their characters.
Yeah.
So that'll get them, I think, hopefully to explore the rest of the map as well. I already know that my paladin is going to get the Abbey and Crest just because of his backstory and all of that. And, he's a very, like, lawful, good, righteous, like, or trying to be lawful, good, righteous, kind of for the betterment of everybody. And I think that'll be fun with the abbot, his whole deal.
Yeah.
So how much do the ends justify the means, and doing terrible things to get what theoretically might be a good option, or a good idea. So, that's something that I'm also planning on doing, and giving them, like, individual little hooks to get them to the rest of the map.
That's very exciting.
I semi-random. I drew the cards when I was prepping for the game, but I chose cards, particularly if some of them came out that was, like, close to or around the same area. I made sure they were in different areas because I wanted to give the players a chance to move around a bit and explore the land, which I thought was kind of important. So it was semi-random, but the one thing that was absolute was where they faced Strahd. That's the one I drew in front of the players. Because I think that's, where the final battle went, and it turned out to be in the tombs.
Which is a solid end game battle
ending.
fight, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
And we also got to play the last part in person.
ooh.
We had a large conference room, got like 6 tables together, because with the Beadle and Grimm set, I've got 1-inch battle grid maps for the entire Castle Ravenloft. So we had the tombs fully mapped out.
Very nice. That's super important for those final battles, to be able to, like, lay it out for everyone to see, get the
A bit of a show.
mood.
Yes.
Beautiful. But I also think it's very clever to plan it, because sometimes if you just randomly let the Tarokka reading go, like, you're all in one area, like you said, you miss so much of the rich landscape that is this setting.
Well, I figured if half the things that we're looking for were hidden in Castle Ravenloft, Strahd would have probably found them by now.
Very true.
So I wanted them to disperse about the land, hidden in different places. And again, like I said, it gave the players a chance to go to the Abbey or go to the Amber Temple. See different things.
How have you, like, diversified the people of Barovia? Because as written, it can be a little bit one note. So what have you done to make it more inclusive?
Yeah, I think one of those things, right, is just having more diverse people that just live in Barovia, right? Like, if we're thinking of it like like Barovia, in the point that the characters, the players, are entering it, can it existed for millennia, at that point, right? And if people who wander into here and die have their souls trapped and are reincarnated, right, then that only would tell me that there should be more, not like vaguely like Eastern European people that live there. There should be the range of the people that are also brought into this world as well, that are constantly reincarnated and have themselves represented in the people here, outside of the Vistani, I suppose. But like that's not like really not really a props on for Curse of Strahd for having the Vistani the way they are in there. So yeah, like that would be the main one, and the other one would be like I would really have to sit with myself and figure out like what do I want to do with the Vistani, if even have them in there to begin with. I would figure out what to do about the weird elf genocide that is there.
Yeah.
Right, like there's a lot of questionable decisions that are brought in from the sordid history of Dungeons and Dragons, the game, that I would like have to sit and reckon with and like figure out, because I think there is some merit to showing a world that is bleak and that does not necessarily hold the same values as we do, in the case of like trying to explore how it genuinely affects people and how people fight against it, even despite the odds. But it also like with intent, and also depending on like, you know, audience, right? Is it just the people at your table? You're doing it for a show? Like all of these things matter. So it would really depend on like what specifically and how I would approach all of it would depend on all of those things. But I would definitely, it's mostly content wise as far as the way the game depicts marginalized people and like atrocities like genocide, that I would try to come at with a bit more of a thoughtful approach.
Yeah, absolutely.
So unfortunately, I did not do too much to diversify. Curse of Strahd was actually my first official module I've ever run.
Okay.
So now that I've run it and gone through it and know what I know now, I'm actually taking steps to diversify all of my future campaigns, because I wanted more like gay rep, I wanted more queer rep, I wanted more trans and non-binary rep, I wanted all of it, you know, because that's such a fun way to make your players feel welcome and seen at the table. And I feel like that is something I definitely want to implement, especially in my future campaigns, as well as, like I said, rerunning Curse of Strahd, because believe it or not, a bunch of my friends are like, hey, when are you going to run D&D for us? A different friend group, obviously. And I go, let me tell you about Strahd.
Hey, that's a wonderful first module to try to pitch to people, because most people like vampires. They get the vibe of Dracula, so it's an easy like, hey, you might like this.
This is the friend group I went to see Nosferatu with, so obviously they're interested.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, you've already basically got them hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, obviously.
That's a great question. Yeah. I try to give each. I mean, there are, as is presented in the module, there are different groups of people in here, and so I've just tried to give each one its own distinct identity and really map out their history and have a firm understanding of where all of them come from and present that as fact to players. You know, like in my Barovia, the Berserkers were the original inheritors of this valley. They were the first to ever live there. And then they, in turn, you know, the lower parts of the valley, the soft parts of the valley, as the Berserkers would reference it, were settled by the Zenobians. In my Curse of Strahd, the original name of the valley, before it was renamed to Barovia by Strahd, was Zenobia. And so, and then they, in turn, were conquered by Strahd and his Barovians. And there's, you know, there's the the Abbey of Kresk, who were the last holdouts. And so all of these folks, I tried to give them their own history and identity and dialects and culture and approach to their own suffering, so that when you're in the differing locales, you feel a change. It feels like arriving somewhere new with a new group of people to interact and learn about every time you pop into one of these differing locations inside of the valley.
Very nice.
So, Barovia, as written, is almost exclusively human, and I will change that depending on the makeup of the party. Like, if the party is playing mostly humans, like in my City of the Crimson Tower game, there are 3 people who look pretty human. Like, one of them has wings, but outside of that, they look very human. And then there is a cat man and a minotaur, different terms in Savage Worlds. But so in there, it's still a lot of human, just because that also vibes well with kind of the 1940s contemporary setting. But where I really want, one of the things that I did to diversify it is I took away a lot of the racism and stereotypes about the Vistani, with one exception, and that is Dan Rickton, who still holds those views about the Vistani because of what happened to him. And it is not justified. It just is, it makes his character more complex, first of all, to still be there being like, fuck those people. While your experience with them has been like, wait, they've been cool. And that way you get to enjoy the brightness and life that the Vistani breathe into the area without that looming racist overtone of gypsies, because that is very much what they were based off of, and that includes all of the negative stereotypes. They are not well based off of Romani. They are based off of gypsy, and it's unfortunate. But I think that just removing that element of like people being suspicious of them overly can make it so you can enjoy that element a lot more. And again, then it's the named or like the bigger deal PCs who I think can breathe that diversity and life and different energies into it. From Blinsky, obviously being a fun character who can be here, the whoever you have as the fated ally, Piddlewick too. There are all these little things that can be included just to breathe a little bit more energy and life. Because again, sometimes I think the monotony even of the populace helps to drive home the bleak feeling, and that it really is up to us. Because look at, it's us or this. These people here clearly are not going to be handling this problem. It is us or we stay here. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But, I love to utilize different voices and big characters so that even though the average person that they see around Barovia might be, cookie cutter in a lot of ways, the ones that they interact with aren't and are very memorable. So that's what I go with.
So I guess kind of like a 2-part answer. Number one, I mean, all of my people and humanoids are all sorts of races just because, that's the way that it's fun for me to run it. So there's that kind of a diversity. But I do, like in a more fantasy diversity kind of way, want to keep Barovia mostly human, because I think that sets it up as like a really more stark contrast to where most of my players have come from. Because like I've got 2 half-elves, I've got a Shadar-kai elf, and I've got a tiefling. And they all come from like realms where they like interact with these other races, and they have that kind of a diversity, I guess, right? And then coming into Barovia and then realizing that this is like almost entirely humans with like the handful of dusk elves as well, but like they're not going to meet them for a little while. And I feel like that just brings it into like more of a realization that this is somewhere that they are trapped and that is different from where they come from. So I think I'm going to keep that aspect.
I like that a lot because I do agree that it adds to the horror of it.
Yeah.
These people have been trapped here forever, and it's just this isolated.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for? Population of just humans, like you said. Like,
Yeah. And it's just kind of a really like insular community, which like adds to the horror in its own way because they're also wary of outsiders and things like that as well. So.
Which makes sense that they would be, because anyone that they would have seen that would be of a different fantasy race probably was lured here by Strahd. They know that.
Yep.
They watched them fail. They watched the games that were played. So like they're like, okay, you're probably not safe because I know Strahd brought you here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that adds like I said, that other element to the horror of it. And it gives them kind of an excuse to be a little bit like ostracized almost, because any previous adventurers that would have come, like I enjoy exploring the fact that like a bunch of these adventurers probably made life worse for a lot of these Barovians because they've fucked shit up, they've messed with Strahd, they've angered him, and definitely probably gotten a couple of people killed that wouldn't have died otherwise if they hadn't been there. So that kind of element of, sure, you think that you're saving us and like being good adventurers and heroic characters, but are you really going to succeed, or are you going to make everything worse?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, for the most part, I didn't change them a great deal. One, accent, which is an easy one to do. You just suddenly just go a little bit Eastern European, and that is how they speak. But give them little quirks. Like, one of them had a couple of feathers in his hair that made him stand out a little different. You know, it's the little quirks, and this is good for any game, and it's great advice for any game. It's make your NPCs a little different, let them stand out. And if the players interact with them, give them more to do with that NPC. You know, and build up on it. One of the main changes I made was the merchant in Ravenloft. I changed him around to be an ex-adventurer that had been dragged into Barovia.
Ooh,
Sorry,
okay.
the merchant in Barovia, not in Ravenloft. He'd been dragged into Ravenloft. But rather than go fight Strahd, he basically didn't. He ended up becoming the town merchant, and one of the little things I did is Strahd ensures that the only coin that's allowed to be used are coins with his face on it. Doesn't allow foreign coinage to be used. So this merchant will exchange foreign coins for local currency at a reasonable rate.
I like that a lot because in my own experience running the games, the fact that he doesn't let foreign coin work in his land can be an issue sometimes. So incorporating an adventurer who got lured in and just decided, I'm going to make the best of this. I'm not going to win. I'll just make a business here to help future adventurers. I like that a lot.
Basically got a rent-a-thug that works to protect him. Which in the book, it's the character, I think it's his cousin or his brother that helps protect him. So, just a small change there, and it made for a more interesting character.
Yeah.
And he basically, with the coinage, he will trade with the Vistani when they come through, because that's, I think, how they'll get a lot more fresh supplies in, because you're not going to grow a great deal in that land. So they're kind of incumbent with the Vistani bringing stuff in.
Very true. Alright, let's talk about Strahd's brides. Ludmilla, Anastasia, Valenta, and we're going to add Escher in since his description's kind of like with them as well. What are your plans for them? Are you giving them deeper backstories?
I was planning to, but just because of where the game ended, I tragically did not really get to like explore the concept too much. I think there was like rumors or mention like that my like characters overheard of like of the brides, but there was no interaction with them because they never get to the castle. So yeah, I don't know what I would do with them now though.
I was just about to ask that if you had any idea of what you would like to do if you were to run it again.
Yeah, I would definitely include Escher as a canon, because I think the proper Strahd is a bi Strahd, and so I think
Of course.
I think it would be I think Escher should be included amongst the brides. Yeah, that's the one thing I could tell you I would definitely do. I would count Escher amongst them and like have Strahd treat them in that way, you know? Yeah.
So they were only partially involved. It's one of those scenarios where they didn't spend much time in Strahd's castle. They'd only been there twice officially. However, one of my players had to go on a bit of a hiatus from our group. So initially we were joking around, we're just like, oh no, Ianthe has to go on an adventure to find out where men get the audacity. And no offense.
A little offense.
Okay,
I'll
I'm sorry.
say.
I'm sorry. But we were joking about that. But I messaged her on the down low and I go, hey girl, what if instead of disappearing off the face of the planet, we come up with a story reason why you would leave the party? So my player created this character who was a mom that had been taken from her kids after a shipwreck. And she got away from the shipwreck and she wandered into the mists and she fell into Barovia. That's how she got there. So what if, I said to her, what if Strahd comes to you with a proposition? Come to my castle, agree to spy on your party for me, stay with me for however long she was going to be gone, and I will allow you to leave Barovia to go back to your children. So my character spent time in Strahd's castle and yes, encountered the brides, but not to like an extent. They were just kind of background characters. It was actually Escher that she had most interactions with because Escher saw her, clocked her, didn't know the terms of her deal, but immediately thought, oh, Strahd wants another one? Seriously? I want him to myself. It's already bad enough sharing him with these 3 other women. I'm sorry. You need to leave or I'm going to kill you. So Escher was actually the one who helped her get out of the castle because he wanted Strahd to himself.
Okay. Yeah.
And when it came to the brides, any characterization I had of them, because there's not much that you can learn about them, I just had them like Dracula's brides. They're there, yes, but they're a haunting reminder to the narrative that something is very deeply wrong. You know, they are there to serve as a reminder that something here is not quite right.
Yeah.
But Escher, I feel like Escher was our main guy that I did have some fun with. The one who helped her get out of the castle because he wants Strahd to himself and he doesn't want anyone else joining their merry little family.
Yeah.
You know?
Doesn't need more competition.
No more competition. Because we would always joke that this character was the epitome of Lady Domitresque, just without the vampire. 'Cause she was a Goliath bard, you know, who dressed all fancy, and they're like, no, we don't need Lady Domitresque wandering the castles of Ravenloft. I'm sorry, that's too much competition. Like, get her out of here.
Yeah.
Escher, to my great shame, I missed out on Escher. I don't know why. For whatever reason, when I was reading through the book, I just missed him somehow the first time I went through. And so then when I was coming in again for the second time, I don't know. To my shame, Escher has not featured in either of the times I've run it. If I come back a third time, I'll be sure to get him in there. But the brides are a big part.
Yes.
Again, partly inspired by the 2004 Stephen Sommers classic, Van Helsing.
Of course.
Because the brides in that movie steal the show. Run away with it, you know?
100%, yeah.
Right? I mean, they are so over the top that they, like, loop back around and land in iconic territory for me. And so I wanted the brides to play a huge part in our telling as well. And they come from different places. Ludmilla and Anastraya share the fact, the sad backstory that they were sort of both offerings as Strahd was conquering the valley. Ludmilla was a political marriage. as he was interacting with the former nobles of the place after he'd after he had taken over, and Anastraya was gifted to him to sort of curry favor in a really sick, dark twist.
Yeah.
And Volanta was actually, we did, because I never end up starting with Death House. I think Death House is too hard for the levels you're meant to approach it, and can kind of gum up the fun instead of giving you a great introduction. But what we did do is we went back and we streamed Death House on Twitch as sort of a prequel to our Curse of Strahd campaign. It's a different group of adventurers, of heroes, because, he's always bringing new folks in.
Yeah.
So it was a different party 20 years or so before our current campaign heroes get there. And we get to see a young Ireena. She shows up and she's like 7 years old, which is fun. But one of the characters that one of our players played in that, the whole campaign through, she's like getting these visions, and Strahd is speaking to her like in her mind throughout, and he's sort of like subtly maneuvering her to make certain choices. And at the end of our Death House miniseries, it is revealed she becomes Volanta, this character. She gets turned at the end of our Death House miniseries and becomes the newest bride, Volanta. And I just love them. They all have distinct personalities, and the way that they have come to interact with the characters has been so interesting. They all started out like ruthlessly antagonistic, like and almost bitter rivalries between specific characters. Anastraya has a rivalry with young Winnie. Volanta has one with Kaz, our half-orc barbarian. And those relationships have changed a lot over the course of the campaign, where Winnie and Anastraya herself being somewhat younger, have formed almost a sort of complicated, tense, strange friendship, where neither of them quite know the right thing to say, but they recognize something in each other, and Winnie recognizes that Anastraya is not in a place that she wants to be, even if she doesn't quite recognize it yet. And it's been one of my favorite parts of this go-around doing Curse of Strahd has been fleshing out and making more sympathetic the lives of the brides, of Strahd's brides.
That is great to hear, because I find that the module, just as written, fails them a little bit.
I agree.
Because we don't get a whole lot of backstory. It kind of just says, like, they're there, they're in the castle.
Yeah.
Like,
they're there because in Bram Stoker's Dracula, he also has 3 women that he feeds babies to. Like, that's why they're there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But they're just I think it's just such an interesting tool for the storytelling aspect of there being victims who are so close to Strahd, who are aligned with him in a way, but maybe necessarily, like you said, don't know that they don't want to be yet, and it takes the party showing them. And I just feel like that's such a valuable storytelling element, that the fact that the module kind of doesn't give us more for them, it sucks. So I love hearing how people incorporate them in the campaigns and how parties interact with them, because it is such an interesting storyline.
Yeah, I agree. I really agree. They're some of my favorite characters as they've come to be, and through the 2 times that I've run it. And I think there's a lot in Curse of Strahd that is just a great jumping off point for you to take and expand with your own imagination and creativity and impulses. And the brides, I think, are prime opportunity to take what's given and make it your own.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have yet to include them in the City of the Crimson Tower one. I've no doubt that I will, in a similar capacity to how I did in the other. I did, through my own design and looking at other people's ideas, expand their backstories and all of that to give them more distinct personalities. Ludmilla being the very smart one and arcane-focused, who's been with Strahdya the longest and wants to see her plan succeed, whereas like Anastasia, a noble girl who was essentially just, cool, I'm making you a bride now, and she still just loves the parties, and all of that is not very helpful in a lot of capacities. And then Volanta is, at least based off of the art and the little bit we had, I was very inspired by Harley Quinn in the relation, like a Joker-style relationship of just wanting to please this abusive, horrible person, and Escher being the one who was on the most outside about this whole thing. Like, I'm stuck here. It's not exactly my favorite thing in the world. I even had Ludmilla be... First of all of them were heavily involved at dinner. They were all present at dinner, dancing and comments and questions. And I had a subplot where there was someone in Strahdia's tower who had been reporting to the hag living in Berez, whose name I changed because I don't like Baba Lysaga because it's too close to lasagna and every player will do it no matter what you do. So just like Baba Lys is what I ended up going with, but was reporting back to her. And it was Valenta. She didn't have ill intent. She thought that Baba Lisa was on her side. Or Baba Liza, excuse me, was on her side. And was on Strahdia's side. And so it was just like, here are things there, but was reporting back via familiar to her. So when Strahdia asked the group to help figure out who was spying, and they found out it was Valenta, Strahdia punished her accordingly right in front of the group. And then I had Ludmilla be involved with what was going on at Yesterhill, the one who was actually like trying to lead the forest folk in the to bring the effigy to life and then go crush the Wizard of Wine's vineyard because it would crush the spirits of the people here in town even more. So I made her basically the boss of that fight, which made the fight a lot more interesting too. Huge shout out to Dragnacarta for the inspiration on using her in that. So I think that they are wasted opportunities if you don't involve them a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially because, again, a lot of them are fans of Strahd or Strahdia in some capacity. And so you'll have, like, when they're visiting, and either with Ireena or however you've done it, like seeing the people who are like, oh, why don't you come? Are you going to be coming to live here as well? I can show you where your room would be. It's a beautiful estate. Whatever you need, we can make sure it's comfortable for you. Like, have them be, at least one of them, genuinely nice about it, because Strahdia wants you, and I want what Strahdia wants, so I want Strahdia to have you. And so I'm going to do whatever I can to help facilitate that, which might just be looking like a friend. It was like, it's not that, I know it seems like a lot, it's not that scary. You're going to love it. Never good. You see how good you look? You're always going to look that good now. Trying to sell it however they can. I think that there's a lot of opportunity. And a lot of people have done work on it, from like this one little add-on I saw called Shall We Dance, which added a whole little dancing mini game to the dinner at Castle Ravenloft. Also built out the personalities of the brides in the process. I think a lot of people have had the feeling that the brides were woefully underdeveloped in the source material itself, which is such a shame, because there are so few, like, Strahd-connected NPCs in the game. Like, why don't you develop those? Like, yeah, Rahadin is great, but we need more surrounding the big bad evil guy in terms of NPCs.
Especially because that makes the threat of him a little bit more real if there are people who are so willingly supporting him.
And it's another arm of Strahd, so to speak, that you can send out at any given time. Like, it might not always be Strahd who shows up, but maybe it is Ludmilla going, all right, I was sent to check in on things.
Yep.
Just the representative of this person. So I think you can do a lot of cool with them.
Definitely. We'll see, I guess, if my players actually figure out those backstories, but they definitely are going to have a little bit more, or a lot more characterization than they do in the module, at least. Again, the 5e module, raw, they could have done so much more with the brides than like their half a page mention somewhere in Castle Ravenloft. But definitely, I'm going with, like, I guess, general consensus fan characterizations of them. Ludmilla's kind of like the strategist and like a little bit She ended up as one of, in my version at least, she ended up as one of Strahd's brides, kind of willingly. She was like, this is a way to gain immortality and power. She's a super powerful spellcaster, and she's kind of a little bit over Strahd's obsession with Tatiana's soul and things like that, but she is, using her immortality to become a better spellcaster and more powerful, and she's doing her own things. Anastasia ended up with Strahd because of the kind of allure of this like castle and nobility and all of the fancy things that go along with being a vampire and things like that. Valenta I'm still working on. We'll see exactly where I go with her backstory. I'm not sure if I want her to be like a previous adventurer or from Barovia, and that's where I'm still kind of waffling there. And then Escher I do want to be an adventurer who showed up here with a party of his own and ended up falling for Strahd and his charms and fucking over the rest of his parties. So,
oh boy, I like that a lot. Yeah.
I think it'll be fun, especially because then like if the party meets Escher and like talks to him, like he's not going to be super antagonistic towards them, but he's also like still young enough that he is in love with Strahd. So
Yeah.
thinks that he's like maybe not a good guy, but like
That's still his man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that a lot, and I totally agree that like the module just doesn't give us enough for them. Like it's very obviously just supposed to be a parallel to like Dracula having his 3 wives, right? But then we get nothing more. But if you flesh them out, and especially if your party pursues them in some way, shape, or form, to amplify like the horror of like what does it look like for people who are aligned with him,
Yeah. And definitely planning on at least trying to tempt some of my party into doing some terrible betrayals. We'll see if they actually bite, but
Which the brides are hot, so that'll
exactly.
help with that.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm already trying to plot like which bride would all of my PCs go for, and I haven't quite gotten a grasp on all of them yet, but I definitely think some of them are going for Escher.
I changed Lumilda a little bit. I made her a halfling and made her slightly insane. She basically, one of the players got on the wrong side of the abbot, the halfling rogue, and the abbot turned him into a mongrel man.
Oh boy.
Yes. This is the character that blames everything on Strahd and decided he was going to use the Sun Sword as a suppository. And in the final game, he actually did kill him with the Sun Sword. Because sneak attack with the Sun Sword is dangerous.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. But every time when they encountered her, she saw the halfling that had been turned into part dog and just looked at him and went, "Puppy!" and wanted to play with him. Again, it was very light-hearted and silly because I'm quite light-hearted and silly, and a lot of my players tend to reflect my energy. So
Yeah.
And it was different. It was a bit more of a slapstick Strahd than a dark, serious, moody. But when I'm converting it, I'm going to try and make it to respect what it was meant to be originally, which is a proper dark horror game.
Which, having a slapstick version of it, like, totally makes sense, especially for when you were running it, and sometimes that's just more what you need, is more of a comedic theme.
I wanted to run Curse of Strahd. I'd had it for a couple of years. Really wanted to run it. And it was just that marriage of situations that all came together. And I used Fantasy Ground as my virtual tabletop. And the module you can get for that, it's all laid out, everything. The entire book's in the module. So it's just a case of click on that button and what's in the text will be posted in the group chat.
Alright, what about the physical environment? What did you do description-wise? What did you incorporate to make that stand out as, like, the dreary gothic horror land that Barovia is meant to be?
Yeah, so I think, it was a lot of fog, a lot of shadows. I keyed in on like the sounds of like things just out of sight, like mostly like in the woods. There's the Hanged Man is like such a great tool, and it ended up being like a really good foreshadowing bit, like kind of, because the character that it focused on ended up taking like a really interesting role for this war on Barovia, or not Barovia, the war in Vallaki. And so it ended up being like this really great tool for that. Like, it was mostly the descriptions of the people feeling tired, feeling worn down by this world, and then just coding that with like fog, shadows, and like the sounds of animals just like waiting in the woods. Those are the main descriptions I use. Lots of thunder and lightning. Lots of lightning, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you brought up lightning quite a few times, which...
I
Yeah.
love it when someone who, like, the ominous, like, kind of like the overbearing, like, oh, is this person watching us? Are they not? We're not really sure. Throwing like just like a really petty thunderclap out there anytime like someone does something that's like, I didn't like that. Like lightning and thunder. I want you to know that I didn't like that.
So thunder and lightning for emphasis.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
Exactly. It's like the equivalent of like a thumbs down to your comment of just like thunder and lightning.
Beautiful, sassy, love it. I am curious, did you ever let the sun shine in Barovia at all, or did you have constant cloud cover?
The brightest moment I could think of, ironically, was after the death of Ireena. Because there's this moment where they're out in the field, and Connor's character has, like, the sword of Barovia in hand, and it's like this really strange, like, the clouds part a little bit. And I don't remember if I was foreshadowing something. I don't remember if, like, I was foreshadowing that was the sword the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember what I was doing. But I remember it being unnaturally bright for Barovia in that moment. And that's the most I can think of using the sun.
Which, hey, that makes sense that it would be, like, a rare resource to ever see that.
Yeah. Not the most hopeful moment for the party, but it surely, it was something, that's for sure.
So one of the most important things to remember about Barovia is there's no sunlight anywhere. Like it's like a consistent nighttime or completely overcast. It's so dark because of the cloud cover that you can't see the sun at any given moment. And to remind my players of that, I had it so that food was very scarce for them. Yes, they could stop and get rations, but it was mostly dried meat. It was mostly like non-perishable items that had been preserved. And when they were out in the wilds of Barovia, I had them hunt a lot. And thankfully they had a ranger on hand that was able to help them like dry and preserve meat, because that's basically what they were living off of. It was insanely hard to find food because it's so dreary and not a lot like grows there.
Yeah. I love playing into adding to the horror of like the food culture, because food is such a big part of any culture, like in the real world, right? So if you take away like the ability to get it easily, or to even just have flavorful food, because there's not a lot of herbs or spices growing in Barovia without sunlight. Like, and your vegetable options are even limited of, like, what you'd have access to. So, like, there's no fruit.
Yeah.
Because you need sunlight for most fruit.
I know. That one I actually didn't really go into that very much. I didn't play off of, like, oh, what would grow in Barovia? Because that never really occurred to me, which is something that I would definitely like to take from you, if you don't mind if I could just borrow that right out of your noggin there.
Yeah.
If I decide to run it again. But yeah, that was super interesting. Like, I felt like it was a very cool party dynamic to have them wonder consistently where their next meal is coming from. And honestly, it makes me a little sad for the Barovians that they just have bland-ass, boring-ass food.
Especially because they literally do not know that there's better food out there.
That's
unless,
so
like, Vistani
sad.
bring it back.
Their souls are soulless, and so is their food.
Yeah, that's something that's one of the things that the module is best at offering. I think its descriptions of its locales. There's lots of, I mean, even all within the realm of sort of dreary Gothic settings. There's a lot of wonderful diversity in the locations on offer. You know, you have this, you have Yester Hill, which is this sort of like ancient pagan druidic, you know, kind of site, and you have the ruins of Argynvost Holt, which is this once splendorous keep now fallen to ruin. You have Vallaki, this walled city in the center of the valley, like just trying to survive best it can, and you have the village of Barovia right in the shadow of the man himself, destitute and poor. And something that I like to do to really make the physical locations sing is to tie it to the people that are inhabiting them. You know, there's wonderful descriptions, and I think there's something so powerful in also tying it kind of inherently to the people who are products of this environment. You know, and so anytime I'm setting a new scene, I always try to describe the looks on the people's faces as you walk through these dreary streets, you know, or the energy of the berserkers as they emerge from the forest, or, you know, that kind of, as they emerge from that dreary forest, you know. And what that also provides is a really excellent source of, it's a great meter of progress through the campaign. Because, you know, as you play through, the sky will always be gray, and the forests will always be dreary. But if you find yourself back in Vallaki and the people have a new pep in their step, what a wonderful sort of like lamppost to show how far you've come in over the course of your campaign, you know? And so, and people are always the most interesting thing. So I try to make the villagers and the denizens of this demiplane as much a part of the physical environment as anything else.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I'm a huge pluviophile, so it is almost always raining. To me, that's comforting. And, you know, I recently read a Reddit post where someone was talking about my players are getting exhausted of the dreariness of Barovia. And I was like, well, yeah. And I personally, at least for my 2 games, I don't break up the dreariness of Barovia. Barovia is dreary, but you'll encounter occasional people. Those are the lights. Those are the light sources, is the occasional people where you're like, oh, there's still humanity. Even if it's in the body of a hobgoblin. There's still humanity here that can be saved, or that is worth fighting for. Now, I have heard people who like have the sun come up during the day and see how beautiful and pastoral Barovia is, and I think that's a great idea. That's a brilliant idea of having contrast between the two things. For me, I like the oppressive. Like, no, you don't get a break. And so when you do get a break, like inside a tavern or inside a Vistani tent, those moments are or a nice dinner at Castle Ravenloft. Like, this is probably the most pleasant experience you've honestly had since you've been here, and it's in a vampire's castle. So rain, darkness, the heavy looming clouds, the wildlife or the animal servants of, I want to say Strahd every time because that's what I say. So if I say Strahd, read Strahd.
No, please. We're talking about how you run the setting, so...
But her animal servants just there watching, the feeling of just constantly being under that gaze is what I really like to rely on. Now, in City of the Crimson Tower, our more modern campaign, the severe building structure style of just these flat, large stone, almost featureless, very austere buildings just helps to drive home that like lack of humanity even in the architecture style here. And that it is, I'm spacing on the other word I'm looking for, but severe is the architectural style term that comes to mind. And so just by having that with the rain and the clouds and these cold, forbidding structures, it makes them, who do we rely on for light? Each other and the NPCs, because I'm not finding it from the outside world. And so it forces them to cleave together even more intensely as a group, or split apart and have that tension drive them apart. And either result is great for story. And I think by giving them less that they can count on in the environment for any type of comfort, they have to look within a little bit more. And I think that is very cool.
We have very similar approaches with the environment, because in one of my campaigns, I have that Strahd never parts the cloud cover. And one of my players is a Circle of Stars druid and really relied on using the stars to connect with, you know, himself, his family, figure out who he is, navigate the world. Like, he relied almost exclusively on the stars for everything.
I have a paladin of Saloon in mind. Ooh. So moon.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Yeah.
Now, occasionally, he'll get glimpses of the moon because, you know, there's still those little gaps in the cloud. You know, just a little visual metaphor there. There's just these little things where you can see that there is still something outside of this place, and remember that the moon and his goddess is still there. But nah. Outside of that, it's going to be cloudy and rainy and dark and all of that. Because also the reason that I went with the part, I'd be interested to see how other DMs who do have sunlight during the day, that gives them a little bit of safety from Strahd. Unless they have some house rule that it's hazy enough that it doesn't count as full sunlight. I'd be interested to hear how they deal with it, because part of the, at least for me, maybe for you too, the decision to have the clouds be omnipresent is that means Strahd can show up at any point totally safely. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Because if you're in a vampire movie and you know you're in a vampire movie and you're a smart player, you're like, wait until the daytime. That's when we get shit done. But then if you woke up and you're like, it's just as dark. That's why 30 Days a Night, you know, that's what made that entire movie concept terrifying, is you don't get the reprieve. And so that's why I liked it. But it is not for every table. I think that there are a lot of tables who would grow weary of the dreary. Because some people, now, for me, I'm running 5 games. Oh, wow. 4 or 5 games at any given time. So I can have 2 games that are totally depressing in terms of the environment, because I'm also running Wild Beyond the Witchlight. They're in the Feywild, and it's happy-go-lucky, and I'm running this, and I'm running that. But I totally get for players where it's like, this is my only game that I do once a week. I don't want to be depressed. But I also feel like maybe Curse of Strahd isn't the best storyline for the person who's looking for uplifting. This is not an uplifting story. Yeah,
I 100% agree. It's not a campaign for everyone as popular as it is.
And I think that it's popular because of the darkness. We like that. And I think that even a lot of people who think they don't like that in a story end up liking that. It's just that it's scary to allow yourself to feel those things. And I also think it's popular is just due to it's been around for decades.
Vampires are always
vampire.
A hit. Yeah.
It's always a hit, and it's a concept that you don't have to explain too much to people. Like, you're trying to pitch 5 D&D modules. You're like, well, this one takes place in one of the 9 hells, and by the way, the 9 hells, or it's a vampire and you're in his land. Like, that one.
Very, very true.
So I guess the physical environment of the game is a little bit different when it's online, and I do run online games because all of my friends are scattered all throughout the States. So this is the easiest way to do it, which as I've been starting to actually DM this campaign, I've kind of felt that and wanted it to be in person so badly. And that's something that I haven't felt with like my other homebrewed games that I run. Like online is totally fine, but there is something that's just like, I feel like it's almost missing that I'm still trying to figure out. But I do run like a audio and like creepy music and things like that going on as I'm DMing. I put up like images of like the town of Barovia and things like that, and creepy, eerie things going on the Roll20 screen while we're role playing and things like that. So yeah, that's something that I'm trying to figure out what works the best to kind of instill that atmosphere online, and that's still something I'm working on.
It's definitely, I don't know if skill's quite the right word, but something to develop as you figure out what works, not only just for you, like, you know, exploring this new setting, but also for like what works for your party. Because some people like visuals,
Exactly.
some people like vivid descriptions that you open with. So
Yes, of course. Yeah, I do also try to kind of have little scripted bits of like introductions to different like settings that they've just entered and things like that. So definitely that kind of like oral description of it. Sure.
Well, at the start of each session, I read out a little short, almost like when you see TV shows and they have an establishing scene, you know, where the camera pans across the city and you see people going about doing stuff.
yeah.
I had a descriptive section just for that at the start of each session. Like one of them, when they went for the card reading, I described like two children stalking the father through the long grass. You know, because that's the type of thing that the Vistani would do, you know, as kids. They'd learn through play. When they were in different towns, it'd be like different narrative things. I've got them all written down somewhere on the computer. And that was a lovely way just to sort of get people in the right mindset at the start of the session and just develop it a bit more.
Yeah, developing the mood. I like that a lot.
And on top of that, it's same as any game, be descriptive. You know.
Well, I think I want to ask next, like, are you taking any inspiration for Strahd or how you're running the campaign at all from any of the lore featured in Van Richten's guide, previous editions, any of the novels, anything like that? Or are you kind of sticking more towards the 5e module?
I mean, it was I basically considered the novel I Strahd as canon to the game that I was running, and so like, yeah, no one like the Strahd that my characters are dealing with are the Strahd that, oh my god, what is the character's name? The guy that he turns into a vampire and then like keeps within like the wall of his crypt.
Oh,
Because I think this character is also in Curse of Strahd, or you find his bones somewhere. You
I'm
know
trying to
who
remember.
I'm talking about? There's a character that he turns into a vampire, and then he puts them in the wall to starve them.
yes, okay, that was Leo Delisnia because he was the traitor, and he puts
Yes.
him in a crypt by the Wachter house. Because
Yes.
Lovina was there, and now she's an old woman for her revenge of her family all being murdered by Leo in his
Yeah.
actions.
Exactly. Yeah.
We got there.
We got there. So yes, like that is canon. Like that is canon in my story. Him the before the drowning of what is the town that's flooded where the
Brez.
Yes, Bresk? Yes. The whole deal with the burgomaster, they're stealing the tax money, and then Strahd, like that's canon. Like that is the Strahd that my characters are dealing with, who is very much, I am the law of this land. You do what I say, and we're good. Just treat me like any other mayor or like any other governor.
Yeah.
Pay your taxes, be fine, we're good.
Makes sense to me. I think that's a great way to implement lore, to expand it beyond the bare minimum we get in the module.
Yeah. Because I think that's really, like, ultimately all of the information that I got from reading Strahd, like, really made the world of Barovia feel more than just, like, gray clouds and sad people with wolves.
Yeah.
Like, you're really, like, knowing the like knowing what has led to all of these people suffering, and like learning like the fall, like the rise and fall of Strahd as the ruler of this land, and like how he gets it, and like how like all of it goes down. Like it really gives a certain amount of character to everything that, like, I don't know, I can't imagine running the game having not read the book.
I had access to none of this, unfortunately. In fact, I did not know the novels existed until you texted the chat and you go, "Hey chat, there's novels." I now have them on my e-reader. Thank you, Locke. My wallet hurts. Anyways.
You're welcome.
So, unfortunately, since I had no access to this, I just kind of relied on my personal love of Gothic literature and my love of history to create this Barovia. You know, I relied heavily on, like I said, Dracula, but I also leaned into the characteristics of Vlad Tepes Dracula, which is Vlad the Impaler, obviously, and how he would have handled situations, and how I envision his mannerisms, as well as depictions, like I said, of Dracula in various films, specifically Castlevania's depiction of Dracula, the animated series, which I am low-key obsessed with, as Locke knows.
Valid.
But I genuinely wish I had had everything that I have now. I do now have Van Richten's. I have the novels. Thank you, Locke. And I now know that I can go back into former sessions, or former modules of Curse of Strahd, to help build this world if I do decide to run it again. Because there's so much that they created for this insanely twisted character that has so many ins and outs and beautiful and tragic things happening in his life, and how absolutely lunatic he is right now after so many years of these dark powers twisting him, that I would love to implement this lore that I know is in the canon, but also I really want to keep my whole Vlad Tepes thing I had going for myself, because I love learning about that. I love all that kind of stuff, because I drew on my love of like European history, like my love of like Russian history, imperial history, which it is a weird thing to love, but I found it so fascinating, you know? I found like the imperial courts to be fascinating, I'm obsessed with courtly etiquette, I'm obsessed with the big masquerades and the lavishment of riches, while on the outside you watch the people starve, you know? Because that's how you paint a truly evil character, by having someone who's insanely powerful, insane with the power that they have, while on the outside you see the people are languishing, the people are starving, the people don't have souls, the people are getting eaten by witches. And you see how twisted this is, how twisted and convoluted it is. And I don't know, it's just such a cool world to explore. And you don't have to stick to the canon either, that's part of the fun. Because I certainly didn't do it.
I was literally about to say that, like, especially because you mentioned how this was your first ever, like, module run of anything, of not knowing the other lore that was out there, and even if you did, like, there's a lot of lore to get through for Ravenloft, anything, because of how much work they put into it. It can get very convoluted and overwhelming. So you drawing from interests you already had and knowledge you already had and making it your own, and, like, I really like that a lot, and I feel like people could learn that, like, you don't have to use everything provided to you. You can take and pick what you like, and then add other things from other parts of your life and your hobbies, your interests, and make it truly your own story.
Yeah. I also encourage DMs to think about artwork, actually. So when I was creating my characterizations of Strahd, I am also a big art nerd. Like, I love paintings. And when I characterized Strahd, what I continually saw in my head, it is a painting of Ivan the Terrible after he murdered his son. And in the painting, he's cradling his son's body. And the look in Ivan's eyes. Like, just in the painting alone, this haunted, shocked, oh my god, what have I just done? That is the vibe I picked for Strahd.
That's beautiful. I honestly have never thought about looking at, like, art throughout history for inspiration, but I'm definitely going to do that now.
Please look at that painting, look. I feel like it'll haunt you, but it is so beautiful. I love ugh.
I will absolutely be looking that up after this, just because, like, I think I need to see that immediately.
I have the Strahd book written back in the day, from like the first iteration of Ravenloft.
I love that book.
It's fun. It is fun, and I won't say necessarily that I've necessarily incorporated stuff from it, but it's great, like, background to have. It's just great to have an understanding of and to stoke your own creative imaginings, you know? The Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft dropped after we had already started, so I haven't gone through much of that, incorporating any of that into our current campaign. But if I ever dive back in a third time, that's the first place I'm going to start.
Perfect. I do think the Strahd novel, it's great for adding context, getting a little extra details about, like, why did this all happen that could inspire. So I totally agree with, like, you don't have to include it, but it's good reading material as, like, research, quote unquote. Agreed.
It's just the more context, the more understanding, the more of a full picture that you have for your characters and NPCs, whether it's player characters or it's NPCs if you're DMing, even if that information never comes to light, you know, it's still valuable for you to have and hold, because it just gives color and is a veil for what does reach the players to float through, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's just always good to have.
Like touched upon pulling the dark powers, some of those from their descriptions, knowledge of different demiplanes and all of that can be looped into that. But other than that, I haven't included a huge amount of the expanded lore beyond that, because, and I'm sure it can be great, and I have also included non-canonical expanded lore, again, from guides that I have used as inspiration to see what other people have done. Again, shouting out Mandymod and Dragna Carta. They have their own expansion that has relied on information from previous editions and from Ravenloft and from their own thoughts of just, well, how does this make sense with this? We have to have a connection here. So there is expanded lore in there. I don't know if I would say that's hugely vital to a good telling of the story, but it's never a bad thing to have more resources to draw on. But I do think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the base module to make it run beautifully. But I don't think that expanded Ravenloft lore is the part that is key. I think that's like great seasoning on top that can make it even better. But if I were to put my focus into updating anything about the original module, that would be low on my list. And it would just be, make these things make sense. Because there are some parts that just don't, as written, make a lot of sense. But the Ravenloft Guide is one of my favorite 5e accessory books. It is beautiful, and it has a lot of cool, even if it's just tonal inspiration.
Yeah, it's got a lot in it.
Even if you're just using it for inspiration for the tone and like that oppressive darkness, there's a lot in there you can draw from. The trinkets tables are wonderful to be able to use randomly, just a creepy little thing. But yeah, those are the main things I've pulled from the book.
A little bit of a mix of fan content. I'm using a lot of Dragna Carta and Mandymod's versions of Curse of Strahd. So definitely inspiration from both of those sources, as well as like 5e raw version and the Strahd novel as well.
I love that book so much.
It's so good.
I was screaming while I was reading it.
Oh, absolutely. I crack it open every now and then, read little passages, and I'm kicking my feet like a little schoolgirl, like, oh, hello. It's such a good like alternative to like the 5e written stuff about all of that background. Like, it's such a good, I think, different view into kind of Strahd von Zarovich as a character.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I first ran it in 2020, I kept it simply just to one book, so I was having to read less. Obviously, being dyslexic, it's got its issues. I didn't want to put more work on myself. I did change some things from what happened in the Dracula book, because there's a scene in Dracula where Van Helsing has a chat with Dracula. See, slipping up there, right? Through, I think it's Mina, after he's fed on her, because he can use them like almost like a familiar. And I thought, that's a nice idea. If you give Strahd that ability that the last person he fed on, he can actually remotely view through their senses. You know, can't really influence their decisions as much unless he's directly in front of them.
Yeah.
But he can use it to go and spy on people, which I like that. So I gave him that ability, and when one of the players got fed up on, they worked that out. They shoved garlic bulbs up his nose and stuck a sack over his head. Because players do things like that.
That's a very interesting thing to add in, taking from Dracula. I like that a lot. Because there's always finding ways to sneak in that he's watching no matter what. Yeah.
If you've not read Dracula, it's definitely a good read. Like I say, I would suggest the audio play if you can find it, because it's been done by good voice actors, and as it's written like an after-action report. It's all past tense. So it's like diary entries and things like that, so it kind of works very well.
Alright, I believe I've covered all of my big general questions. Now I kind of want to open the floor to you is there anything that you would like to talk about that makes your campaigns different than you think someone else's campaigns might have been that we didn't touch on so far? Anything's on the table.
I guess I have to talk about the war.
I mean, you can't not fully talk about it after all of that.
Right. So, the war kind of begins at the death of Laszlo's daughter, where Laszlo's sad, he has his daughter, and the party's like, okay, we need to rest, we need to figure out, like, is there somewhere we could go to? And he's like, yeah. And he takes them to Lady Wachter's house. And she's talking with them, and like all of the players have seen, like, the players and their characters' only information about the city of Vallaki is that the mayor seems to be going a little mad. He's doing all these festivals that no one likes, and he's making things feel weird. Their friend Laszlo had his daughter kidnapped and was thrown into the stockades by the head of the guard. That's the only thing they know about this town. And so Lady Wachter, who's a scheming, conniving lady, is like, what if I turn these people against the burgomaster? That seems like that'd be good and useful for me. Then I could be in control. And the characters, not really knowing what's going on, is like, yeah, the burgomaster seems really bad. We don't really like him. She's like, yeah, no, how about you all help me with some stuff? You could go talk to, I need you to go take care of Izek Strasny. He's kind of a character. He threw your buddy Laszlo in the thing. Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. And they're like, okay, yeah, all of this seems pretty bad. Okay, cool. We're going to go check out stuff. And so one of the characters goes to follow Iznek, and they find Blinsky's like shop, and they're like kind of looking around and like figuring out stuff with that. And then the other characters are like, we're going to sneak into the burgomaster's mansion, and we're going to figure out what's going on ourselves. And they're like, okay, so how are we going to do this? Well, we'll have one person or like a couple of people go and like kind of talk like genuinely, and we'll have another person who's invisible sneak on through and see if there's anything going on. We hear he has like this son that he doesn't like or something that's up there. Maybe we can find the son. Maybe the son will be more agreeable. And so, they're sneaking through the building, or, okay. So, they come into the mansion. They start talking with oh yeah, because they're trying to sneak into Ezek's room. I remember this now. Some of them are talking to the burgomaster. The other people are sneaking through, and Connor, who's the person who got the sword of Barovia, ends up, and I really wish I remember the exact sequence of events, but throughout a conversation with the burgomaster, him, and one other person, Connor gets roped into helping plan for the festival, where there's the burgomaster's wife and like the committee who's like in charge of like, you know, making all of the streamers and stuff. They ask him for his opinion, and he goes, well, what if you did this? And they're like, oh my god, yes. And they rope him into, so he becomes like, he gets like ingratiated with the burgomaster's family like kind of quickly, while the rest of them are sneaking through, and two terrible things happen at once. One person gets caught by Ezek in his room, while the other had started to sneak up into the attic to be like, what are they hiding up here? And so two different encounters start happening at once, where they get caught in the attic by I can't remember his name, the burgomaster's brother, son. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, who's like doing his weird experiments up there, and he's like, who are you sneaking into like my lab and into my father's house? Like, who do you think you are? Because I played his son as being very much trying, like, has a very conflicting and like and combative relationship with his father, but ultimately does respect and like wants his dad's like respect in return. And so there's this weird like, come on, turn against your dad, and he's like, no, actually, I'm not gonna do that. And so that fight starts happening, and then the rest of the party gets in the fight with Ezek that ends up like happening outside of the house. And Connor's character doesn't get into either of these fights because he's in deep cover. Because he's like, oh my goodness, what's happening? Right, ladies? This is crazy. And so the character that was upstairs with the son, oh my gosh. How does this happen? The burgomaster gets injured somehow. He gets caught in the crossfire. The fight starts indoors with the burgomaster in the crossfire, who gets injured before his son comes down. Ezek, like, they fight Ezek, and it ends up like falling into like outside of the house. And they kill Ezek. They cut his head off right outside of the burgomaster's mansion. And the one that the burgomaster's son is chasing, like, jumps out of the window and escapes. And like, so they all just start like oh my gosh, escapes. One of the people who fights Ezek escapes, but there are two other party members who are caught out there by the guards, who are now like surrounding them because they've like took this fight off into the streets. And the burgomaster, like, suffering from his wounds, dies in the arms of his son, who then immediately like is like the inciting incident that he needs to like, I'm gonna get all my shit together. I'm the burgomaster now. I will be like, until we have until we go through the proper like channels to like start doing this, you know, I'm the burgomaster now. Someone has killed the head of the guard, and it's like, we know it's you two and some of your friends who've escaped. Guards sees them, turns to Connor's character. Who are you? What are you doing here? And how do you know my father? And Connor's like, I was a part of the party planning committee. Like, your dad seemed cool. And then he sees the swords on him and says, you seem like a capable warrior. Well, I'm going to need you to prove your loyalty now. Would you like to be the head of the guard? And so he, like, Connor's character gets ingratiated into the governmental body of Vallaki, while two of them are imprisoned, And two more of them escape back to Lady Wachter's house, and it's like, shit's fucked. Ezek's dead. We got him. We got Ezek. We got the Burgomaster. His son's in charge. 2 of us are in prison, and things are really bad now. And Lady Wachter's surprisingly calm. She's like, okay, it's neat. And Laszlo is also here at this point, and he's also surprisingly quiet and surprisingly calm. And Lady Wachter's like, okay. Obviously, the Burgomaster's son needs to be dealt with. This town is like things are going a little bit out of control as of right now. And I think it's time for us to bring back a little bit of order. I have a plan to do this with the help of our friends, the Vistani. And this being the group of the Vistani who are like north of town, who are like more like have to actually deal with the people of Vallaki, treating them very shittily.
Yeah.
So she's like, okay, I'm gonna make an introduction for all of you, so you can all get acquainted. They're gonna take you through what's gonna happen, and tomorrow we're gonna free your friends, and we're going to retake the town. But before that, turns to, oh man, I really wish I could remember Greg's character's name, but I believe he's a rogue, and he was like morally the grayest of all of them. And went, okay. I have someone I need you to meet, if you'll just step into the back room. And he's like, oh, this seems bad, but I'm also not going to tell her no right now, because that also seems bad. And goes into the back room, and sure enough, Strahd is there. And Strahd is like, keep your voice low so no one can hear us. Mm-hmm. You seem like a very competent individual, maybe a bit more intelligent than all of your friends as well. I am obviously very upset by the death of Tatiana. And I don't hold you at fault. It was the hags who did this. And so it was them who will face my wrath. But I think that we are currently in agreement on that something needs to be done about the Burgomaster's estate. I want you to help me listen to Lady Wachter, do all of that, and in exchange, I will give you immense power. And Greg's character kind of waffled a little bit. It's like, oh, this is kind of bad. But also immense power sounds pretty good. And relented and said, okay, I will do it. And so Strahd started the process of turning him into a vampire. And it's like, and he wasn't just going to like make him, he was going to go through the process of making him, like, not like quite like a true vampire, like obviously not to his level, but like more than just a spawn. And so like started that process and was like, okay, this will seal our deal. We'll keep doing this every now and then. But right now, you know, if you complete this task, we'll talk again. And he's like, okay, that's cool. Oh, also, I need you to burn that holy symbol right here in front of me in the fireplace. That'd be great. And he goes, okay, and throws the holy symbol into the fireplace. And he's like, okay.
Well, I see why this was the end of the campaign.
It was stressful. It was stressful for all of us involved.
Yeah.
And so he was like, okay, cool, thank you. And he walks back out, and Quinn, the other player, is like, hey, what happened in there? And he went, just had a nice chat. Just had a real good chat. And so, like, now Quinn's character's like, oh, man. Because I took him into another room to do this. I was at the time, I was very much I love a secret conversation that you all know is happening. And then so I brought him to another room, had the conversation, then we came back out. And he was like, what happened in there? He's like, a good conversation. And so they went
Beautiful.
to go... They went to go talk to the Vistani, and the Vistani basically like, okay, tomorrow we are going to storm Vallaki. We're gonna, there's people the Burgomaster needs to be, taught a lesson. the town itself, those people need to be taught a lesson. We'll take it. We'll make it better. And we're gonna do this with these wagons, currently filled with alchemist fire, that we will be using to blow up the western gate of Vallaki, and then we're just going to storm the place. And we want you, pointing at Quinn's character, to ride the thing up there, and we'll give you the signal, you hop out, we'll blow the thing. And then he's like, that sounds bad, hold on, why don't one of you ride in it? And they were like, well, they would shoot us immediately. They would see that we're Vistani, and they would kill us before we would get close enough. And which is like half true, mostly lie. And eventually, they were like, this is the only way the mission's gonna work, man. You gotta do it. And so he's like, fine, sure, okay, this seems bad. And we ended that session. And then the next session, the War of Vallaki began. Around the time, this is around the time of season 5 Game of Thrones, right after Cersei blows up sorry for the Game of Thrones spoilers, blows up the Sept, with all of the dragon's fire, whatever it was called. And so I was taking so much inspiration from that, and I started playing the song I wrote a monologue. God, man, I wish I could find my notes. This was like a huge moment for me as a game master, actually, because this was the most in it I had ever been with a table of people playing a game. This was we were so there's a reason why we still talk about this game, because all of us were just so deeply immersed in the story that we were telling. And so this was the first time I was playing music, I did this whole monologue. This was the first time I really set things up as and started explaining things using cinematography terms, as far as this was a really big moment. And my progression as a game master, where we started off with Connor's character being adorned in the armor and being given the sword of Vallaki as well. So because he was a fighter with two wielding, so now he could dual wield the sword of Vallaki and the sword of Barovia. So Connor was like, whoa, this is crazy, this is so cool. And was really getting, I don't think it was a fighter, I think it was a blade singer. He was a blade singer wizard, and so was really getting into he was being given the sword. There's the scene of all of them getting into the carriages and riding up. One of the characters sneaking onto the rooftops. The scene of the other characters who had been in prison being loaded into the big wicker sun, that they were going to make Connor's character light for the ceremony. And there's it's all of this super big climactic stuff all happening at once, and then it goes off with starting off with Quinn's character riding up, and before he can get out, the betrayal that he knew was going to happen happens, and they blow up the carriage with him still inside it. But he was a half-orc, and so despite him falling to 0, popped back at 1 with the sounds of people running past him and into the now open crater where a gate once stood. And all of the people in and people they've already given Connor the torch, and he's just waiting for he's really trying to figure out, what am I going to do? I don't want to burn them alive. And then the gate explodes, and immediately all of the guards hop into action with him at the head of them. And he tries to make it seem convincing, where he throws the torch into the wooden ball so that it catches on fire, but there's a way for them to escape. God. And so like he breaks open a hole so that they can escape, but like it's still on fire. And then he has to go and start I before it all, I think the session before, there's like a moment where like the burgomaster's son is like, you know, introducing him to like the rest of like the guards, and Connor made the poor mistake of asking me, oh, do they have names? And then I give them names, and like we have a role playing scene, and then we get to this day where he's like, oh no, I have to lead these people against my friends, but now I care about them because I've had to roleplay as like I care about them now.
Yeah.
And so there's this really fascinating like moment in like all of this combat where like Greg was like fighting someone in like in an alley. There was like some the way that Lady Wachter was able to get Laszlo on board with this thing, because this would normally be like Laszlo would be like, no. Mm-hmm. The death of his daughter, and Strahd offered to bring her back to life.
Ooh.
And Laszlo, like, it's the like literally the only thing that would get Laszlo to like be like, I need my daughter back. And so Strahd turned her into basically like not quite a vampire, like a step up from a vampire spawn, but not quite like a full vampire. And Greg's character turned again, like was like not quite fully with the Vistani, because he's like, this feels bad and weird. I'm not quite with that, but I'm also not going to be openly against it. And he had to have a fight with the undead Laszlo's daughter, who now has like these vampire abilities. Yeah. And like, so that was going bad. The person who was playing Bafo had to character went to the church to go like see if like he could get people out, only to find that the church had Strahd in it and a bunch of vampires who had already killed some of the people there, and then was like, hey bud, I'll give you one chance, switch sides. And I think the character was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll switch sides. Let me just get out of here really quick and I'll do whatever you want. And so that was weird.
Yeah.
And then, God, there's this, and then Quinn's character like coming back up from that and having to like go and like start fighting Vistani, and then Connor like leading the Valachian troops against the Vistani, and doing like battle tactics, ordering, like, it was this really interesting moment where like we were doing like this full on war or battle that was happening here with all of these different political like forces like stringing each other along and manipulating it all from the background. And it ended up with, they fought off the Vistani, and like basically all of the characters switch sides again to the side of Vallaki to be like, actually, hold on, the whole Strahd and Vistani trying to blow up things, that's bad actually. Most of these people are innocent. And so they were like, actually, whoa, we're switching sides. We're so sorry, Laszlo, but this sucks. This is bad. And so they switch sides, they fight off the Vistani, and like because of like the chaos of everything and how like they were like, I was having them like, okay, I need you to make actions. Who are you sending to take these people to safety before, you know, they're found by like the assailants and like things of that nature. And like there was like, and like after like this like 4 or 5 hour long session, they fight off the Vistani. Almost like basically everyone is safe. There are a few casualties, but like it's all good. And then like the city applauds them and is like, thank you so much, thank you all. And it's like, and like the ones who were imprisoned ended up being pardoned, and it was this strangely hopeful moment amongst all of this. Like, so much bad had happened, so many people died, but they were able to fight back against it, and the vast majority of the town survived, right? There was fire, but things can be rebuilt. And it was like this like really strange, like morally the characters were all over the place because some of them had made deals with Strahd, some of them already were like kind of morally gray, and like it was like it was such an interesting moment to have all the characters together celebrating over this hard fought victory, but still being so scattered as far as their motivations. And that like at that point, like Connor genuinely was like, my character might just retire and live here, right? Like these, like I care about these people now. And like, yeah, it was this really cool thing. And then we played one more session and then we stopped. Because one of the characters who died during the thing, I think his name was Fen. This very Quinn name. He brought in a new character who was a paladin, and the paladin sucked. It was one of those paladins who was like, no evil can happen in front of me. And they get out of Vallaki, and like it becomes pretty apparent to all of them very quickly that something is wrong with Greg's character and that he's being turned into slowly being turned into a vampire. And he's being really dodgy about it. And then like there's like a zone of truth that goes up, and then like then the paladin's like, I have to kill you, I don't let evil happen. And it's like, okay, whatever. And then he kills Greg, and that's the end of the session, and we're like, okay.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here, gang? Like we had our climax.
Yeah.
Oh, Violetta. We had the big moment for us, and it was like, what are we doing now? Like now there's this other character. Most of the people we care about are dead or have been like chained so ultimately. Yes, Violetta, you can you can't hear me. Violetta, please. Violetta.
Oh, she needs to be part of this.
Okay, she's coming onto the bed. She'll be okay soon. Yeah. Okay. She's settling in. Gosh. But yeah, that's the Battle of Vallaki, the greatest session of any tabletop game I've ever run. So
that was intense.
It was so much.
It totally makes sense that led to you guys kind of deciding, like, yeah, this is the end, because it was climactic, it felt right, and I feel like it showcases that, like, yes, would it have been nice to be able to do the rest of Curse of Strahd? Sure, and get, like, one of the canon endings, or
right.
What we'll call it, right? But, like, some parties have to fail, and you got to showcase what it looks like when a party gets so torn apart and their allegiances don't know where to go, right? Like, that's a beautiful story in itself, especially if the table was satisfied with that, and clearly they are, because you guys still talk about it to this day.
Quite literally, yeah. God, it's, yeah. I love Curse of Strahd so much, partially just because it, like, there's something about the setup of it that is just so full of potential for this kind of really deeply emotional and impactful kind of storytelling. It's got all the right tools.
Wholeheartedly agree. Now I have to know, which with all the chaos and all the action going on, this might have totally just been missed. But when they were circling all the way back to sneaking into Ezek's room, was there any address of the fact that Ezek is supposed to have a bunch of different dolls of Ireena?
Oh yeah, room? No, that was what set it off. That was like them getting to the dolls and being like, oh no, this is bad.
What the hell is this?
Like, that's when they were like, oh yeah, no, we need to kill Ezek.
I was like, I gotta know if the dolls were a part of it, because that's such a creepy, like, little note that makes anyone go like, oh, hold on, he's more messed up than we already thought.
No, exactly. Like, that's basically what happened.
Okay. Is there anything else about your campaign or the setting in general that you love that you want to talk about as a last minute thing before we wrap up?
I mean, I feel like I've said it all. Like, Barovia and, like, the concept of, like, the demi-planes of dread, just, like, in general, and the dark powers. It's been very... impactful on how I run games, how I build worlds. It's just like, I don't know, there's something about that setup of a tortured person who's who is stuck in circumstances where they have power over people, and part of the torture for them is that the people that they have power over can never understand, quote unquote, never understand what they've gone through, and so it makes them treat everyone else like they're disposable, because there will never be anything as great and powerful as me, and I am the most tortured soul to have ever been tortured and have a soul. Like,
absolutely. But it's not, none of it was my fault either.
But none of it's my fault.
Can't be held responsible.
I can't be held responsible. It is not my fault. I am merely a victim of circumstances.
Truly, and I feel like that's a testament to the fact that, like, Curse of Strahd has been, like, revamped, for lack of better terms, for each new edition, as well as, like, the rest of the Domains of Dread. Like, they've stood true to time, to where, like, people are still interested in it. Like, the lore is so rich, so, like, totally agree.
Yeah. Maybe one day they'll do another one of the Demi-Planes of Dreads. Oh man, I'd love to see the one with Lord Soth. That'd be cool.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, I love them. That's it. Mic drop. I love them.
Valid point.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, like I said, since I didn't have a lot of the source material and I only had the original book to go off of, and I did want to include as many players' backstories as possible, we accidentally played a game of Castlevania. So we had a family of monster hunters named the Belmonts, who did share names with, like, characters from the game and from the show. For a moment, that house became a stronghold of sorts. You know, that's where they dropped off the kids they rescued. So they rescued the 2 kids from the mill, and they rescued the Vistana girl who was being drowned. And that's where they kept the kids when they were traveling. That's where they returned to if they needed rest. But it's important to remember, it's Barovia. Nowhere is safe. Not even a stronghold full of monster hunters from a dying monster hunter legacy. So, in order to maintain that sort of horror, which is really hard to do in a TTRPG, especially in a system like Dungeons and Dragons, you need to throw in aspects that, yeah, nowhere is safe. So, what I did was, while they were away, actively trying to get something out of Strahd's castle, they went, and when they came back with the thing they had stolen, that was actually a diversion from Strahd. And he moved in on the castle with his friends, minions, burnt down the stronghold and slaughtered all of the Belmonts, save for one that my one player was actively trying to romance. Sorry about this, Hall, but she was actively turning into a vampire. And coming from a line of monster hunters, she feels the infection taking over her body. And she asked the players, hey, I can't become a vampire. That would betray everything I believe in, and I don't want to hurt you guys if I turn, because I'm afraid of what it's going to do to me. So the players had to make the choice to put this character out of her misery.
Tragic.
To, like, truly remind them there's something incredibly rotten in Barovia.
Yeah.
Even if you try to maintain your humanity, you're going to lose some of it. Because you're going to have to make some really difficult choices, especially if you're playing in a module like Curse of Strahd.
Yeah.
So, that's how... Yeah.
I love the moral conundrums that you can put your parties through. Like, that is so true that nothing good ever stays. Other than, like, what the party can, like, bring about themselves, like, in the long run, right? Like, hopefully with defeating Strahd in the end. But, like, I do really love that. And I did something similar with a moral conundrum that I didn't realize at the time, because I hadn't seen anything related to Interview with the Vampire. But a potential immortal child situation where the party
Yeah.
had to choose, did they attempt to let this kid that was killed by a vampire, bury him, maybe he would come back and he would be an immortal child, or did they let him go?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I had it more of like, if they did funeral pyre, then there would be no chance of him coming back. And they had this moral dilemma of like, is it ethically okay? Like, yeah, he died before his time, but could we be okay with this child being a child forever,
Yeah.
but mature mentally, and how messed up that would be
Yeah.
for him in the long run?
That genuinely sounds like the truest torture, to be forever stuck in a child's body. So I genuinely love how evil that is, and I'm gonna just pluck that out your noggin for my next run through.
You go for it.
I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I feel like that's the fun of Barovia, because you're not gonna make it out unscathed. You're just not. Your characters are gonna have to do and like witness some like terrible things. Genuinely, some terrible things.
You will be
And-
a changed person.
Yeah, you're going to be a very changed person. And even after we finish this incredibly tragic campaign, in which out of our initial party of 6, including the DMPCs, no, with the DMPCs it was 7, we only had, I think, 4 survive.
Dang.
Because in the end, we had our reincarnated Sergei and our reincarnated Ireena decide they were going to leave Barovia forever. And once the cloud cover was gone, the Raven Queen offered them a choice. Come into my realm, be free forever from Barovia, or stay here, languish, die, and risk coming back. And they chose to go with her. We lost one of our DMPCs, and we also lost one of our characters. The one that went on hiatus decided, I actually wouldn't have been dead the whole time.
Oh, damn. Okay,
Oh,
twist.
Plot twist. She goes, I want to have actually drowned in my shipwreck. And I was sent there by either the Raven Queen or Kellenbor to make sure that they finished their mission. And I go, okay, say less. So we implemented that. So all that remains are these 4 characters. And I go, yeah, you guys are going to live in Barovia afterwards? That's cool. And I sent them care packages after we finished, like physical care packages to all of my friends who played in the game. And inside of their set of dice was a note from Strahd that says, did you really think this was over? Because that's the true horror of Barovia. It never ends. It
Yeah.
consistently resets the curse. You could kill Strahd a million times, but the curse will always come back.
Yep.
So, shout out to Barovia for being the perfect gothic campaign.
Truly.
One of my favorite things about Curse of Strahd is it's kind of like Universal Studios, you know? You go and there are all of these disparate sort of adventure islands, you know, there's the King Kong ride, and there's the Transformers one, and there's the Harry Potter world, and all of these sort of disparate elements that you can walk through. You kind of travel through liminal space, and then you're in those settings. And Curse of Strahd is kind of like that too. You know, you have the valley, and then you have Vallaki and Krezk and the Fortress of Argynvost Holt and Yester Hill and da-da-da-da-da-da, and all of these sort of places that are all seemingly disconnected but knit together through Strahd's oppression. And so the great fun and the great challenge for me is tying them all together in a narrative that is satisfying, like knitting all of these disparate places together through the common theme of this one man's tyranny to create a narrative that makes sense and that comes together to tell a story about this man that is in desperate need of an ass kicking and the heroes who show up to kick his ass. You know, it's ripe for that. And so, like something that I will, the advice that I will always give when folks ask about running Curse of Strahd is to attempt that, is to find the through lines for your versions of these different places, and remember that they are knit together through, not, if not by geography or people groups, certainly by this man's douchebaggery. And so you can turn what could be a sort of like stop and start kind of like monster of the week kind of thing into a narrative that all comes together to tell a really satisfying tale.
I totally agree, and something just to kind of go along with that I always like say is like it's like a play box when you're setting up what your story is going to be when you start prepping for your campaign. Like, you can move pieces around, you can change the timeline order of things.
Absolutely.
Like, it doesn't have to be what the module exactly tells you. Whatever through lines that you, like you said, that you can make the connections that you think your party will enjoy. Move stuff around.
Yeah.
They're just puzzle pieces.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah. 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 And really, like, don't ever take the module as gospel. Like, use it as a jumping off point. Like, there's lots of Curse of Strahd. There's lots of, like, discards what is not useful. Like, for example, in the Abbey, like, there's lots of rooms as you go through the map of the Abbey where there's, like, just disconnected things, and some rooms are empty, and so, like, something that I did is when I just made it all about the story of this abbot. They almost wasn't even any exploration of the actual physical space when they were there. It became about the fact that this, spoiler alert, angel showed up and came to Barovia, and every day would go to Ravenloft. And he smote Strahd, he killed him, he did it. And then the next day he'd be back. And over the course of this, he went insane. Like, that's what's actually important there, right? At least for me in my go-through of it. So, like, tie it back to the villain. Everything flows back to Strahd. And discard what is not helpful, and lean into what makes it most interesting to you.
Out of curiosity, is there any other area of the campaign that has not piqued your interest, or just hasn't served you in any of your runs of the campaign?
I've largely left out the Vistani this time around, and that's mostly just because they are not very sensitively I mean, they're obviously based on a very real people group who historically have been marginalized, and I'm not trying to say that, like, Wizards purposefully, like, perpetuates those stereotypes or anything like that, but it is not sensitively instituted, I don't think, the Vistani into Curse of Strahd. So I've largely left them go by. And then there's also things like, you're just not going to get to everything.
Yeah.
Based on the interest of your players and their impulses, it's just impossible. Like, some stuff's just going to get passed over, and that's okay, and that's good even, because then it gives opportunity for something you can get back to next time. So don't feel like you have to get to everything, follow your bliss, I like to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Curse of Strahd being already a notoriously long campaign. The fact that you finished one once is amazing in itself.
Yeah, so, I know. We're going on 3 years, and we're just about getting to the end now. So yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah, my longest running group is at about 3 years as well, but we are nowhere near good end game at all.
Yeah.
And it's just how sometimes the story goes.
It's just how it goes. I'll say a great boon, a great benefit of producing it for an audience is that it keeps us on track, It makes sure that we, because now we have this, obligation is the wrong word, because that makes it sound like work. But the fact that we have a schedule to stick to keeps our poop in a group, keeps us in order. There's so many D&D groups for various reasons, almost never to do with interest, but they just, things happen. They drift apart. Life gets in the way. And so it's a real gift that we have have an audience to receive this, and it keeps us true, and it keeps us honest, and it keeps us playing, which is a real gift and boon, because I just, this group of people that I accidented into, this group of friends playing this Curse of Strahd campaign, is just a real godsend, and need each other, you know. We get so much out of seeing each other, and so the fact that we have this excuse to get together and make it work when you know there's always so much more of life going on is just a real gift, and has helped us get to this ending that now we're really riding into.
That is wonderful, and I'm glad you brought it up, because I meant to touch on the fact that you run it for an actual play, if that affects how you approach it versus like when you ran it as a home game.
Yeah, not necessarily. It's something to be conscious of, but a lot of that ends up happening in the editing room, you know? A lot of preparing it for an audience happens in the editing room. But what it has got me to do is it has got me to think a lot about concision in my DMing. And concision, that does, you know, just the act of being concise. And that doesn't mean keeping things short. It just means keeping things dense, you know? A lot communicated in a short amount of time. And I think that's underrated for D&D, you know? Like, stay in a moment only as long as you're getting stuff out of it. Once you feel like you have gotten what you need from a conversation or a scene or a dialogue with NPCs or a fight even, or even just like an area at large, once you've gotten what you need out of it, even if you haven't gotten to everything there, move on. Because what that does, concision promotes clarity, and clarity is what makes a story feel like it has momentum. Because when it's clear, you are able to understand how you are meant to engage with what is right in front of you. You always know what the stakes are, who's in danger, or if this is a moment that you're safe. Like, that kind of stuff goes in a huge way, both at the table and for a listening audience, you know? Clear goals and expectations and understanding of the present moment is what gives a story and a game momentum.
So, I'm going to focus mostly on the City of the Crimson Tower game, because my home game that I'm running is, while there has been a lot of updates to smooth it and interesting decisions like Ireena being a PC, it is still closer to the original module than my other game. So in City of the Crimson Tower, one thing that I think we did that makes it unique, we are 18 sessions in. Each session, because we stream it and all of that, is about 2.5 hours. So if you were running 4 or 5 hour sessions, we're about 10 in. And they have had 3 combats.
Okay.
That's it. And, I'm sorry, 4. And again, because it's not D&D 5e, they were faster. So I've brought down the number of combats a lot. Like, I ran them through Death House, and that's where 3 of the 4 combats they've had have been. So since getting out of the Death House, they've had 1. And even 3 in that house was reducing it by a lot. If I had run it as written, they would have also encountered, enchanted animated armor, a mimic door, more ghouls, more this. But I think at a certain point, that shifts the feeling. Even if you put a lot of work into the horror, that makes it like survival horror, where just like fighting your way through waves of this. There's another fight, survive, which is great. But what I wanted was the atmospheric, creepy dread, that feeling, which I think is enhanced by making combat more rare, so that it becomes scarier. When you have combat 2 times a session, it's not scary. We survived like 20 fights. But in the 4 fights that we've had, one of the characters was very badly personally maimed. In the Savage Worlds system, when you get incapacitated, you have to roll for a wound. And my poor wife, with her character, rolled unmentionables on her male character.
Oh, God, yeah.
And it was giant wolves. So, yeah. So they have had very terrifying experience. And like one of the 4 fights was a huge, like they had to roll fear saves just to be around it. So by reducing the combats, I can make those that much more intense and gratifying and scary, and I can pull fewer punches. Because I'm like, I don't throw you against that many combats. So every one of them is going to have the potential of something really bad. If it's a combat where there isn't that potential, we're going to use the quick action rules in Savage Worlds to just, let's do this. But I include enemies and monsters as much more infrequent seasoning, so that it's kind of like, I don't know if you've played Silent Hill 2
Yes.
versus like Resident Evil, where Resident Evil, like monster, 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 kill, 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 kill. Whereas in Silent Hill, you've seen one monster, so you know they're in the fog, and you're walking and you just hear something and suddenly you go, no. Shit. Okay, let's go. As opposed to, cool, another enemy, let's run up and kill it too. And I think that is what I was going for with the reduction of the number of combats, switching to a system that had permanent critical wounds and a much more difficult healing process, fear tables that can permanently impact your character's mental state. I wanted each encounter to feel weighty and like something they might want to avoid, rather than charge in every single time. And the more you show the players you can survive combats, the less hesitant they're going to be while engaging in combat. And so I wanted to really drive that up. And the easiest way for us to drive up the horror was to reduce the number of combats, focus even more on the environment, on sound effects, on this oppressive place, so that when you then are walking down the streets and you have heard sounds from the alleys the whole time you've been walking, but suddenly then you see a shape at the mouth of one. Now you've been nervous the whole time, and finally you have to actually see what you've been nervous about. And that's where the horror comes in, is the anticipation. In my opinion, I think that the two key parts for running a truly horror-based game are atmosphere and anticipation. So the atmosphere is more important than the enemies that you're fighting, and the anticipation of fighting those enemies and seeing those enemies is more important than the actual fight for the establishing of horror. It's kind of like on Christmas, seeing the present wrapped up and unwrapping it is often psychologically the most gratifying part, even more than once you've opened it. Once you've opened it, the enjoyment starts to go down. It's as you're opening it and wondering what it could be. That's where the excitement is. And it's the same with horror. It's as you're sitting here looking at this awful box and hearing something from inside of it and going, what is happening? As soon as you open it and see, oh, it's a mimic. You know, like, okay, horror is kind of done now. Now it's action. So drawing that out is something that has been very crucial to that game, and it has allowed a lot more emotional moments, a lot more a lot of fear on the part of the PCs, and sometimes as the players. I think slowing it down is hard because, again, a lot of us, how often do we get to play? We don't want to draw this out more. Come on, gimme. But if you can draw that out, that doesn't mean slow down the game, but just instead of having 3 combats, have 1 and have it be 3 times harder. I'm in favor of that. Again, especially if we're using the conceit of the returning souls. Like, you'll come back. So we can throw you against hard things. I want them to feel like normal people in a horrifying... That's another reason we switched to Savage Worlds and not D&D. D&D is power fantasy. You are heroes, as opposed to in this more modernized Savage World setting I'm using. Like, you're people. Yeah, in the backstory, they came from the Forgotten Realms. They were heroes, but coming here, they've lost all that memory. They're just people. And the powers they have are very minimal in comparison to what you would have in D&D. And so to make them really feel just like people, way over their heads, I had to make sure that the combats, when they hit, hit.
I really love this a lot, especially how you're talking about combat, because, like you said with D&D 5e, sometimes it gets a little grindy. It can feel a little video gamey, and that's not particularly what I'm looking for in tabletop. So this wasn't an intention here, but you might be selling me on Savage Worlds, like,
And
hardcore
it might not
right
be.
now.
There are a lot of other systems that you can use to achieve similar things. If you want them even more powerless, Call of Cthulhu. Like, you have nothing. Here, at least, there's a little bit of magic. But I'll tell you flat out, one of the things, and again, I'm running multiple 5e games. This is not me knocking 5e. But for a true horror experience, I don't want you sleeping off your grievous injuries. I don't want you just taking a long rest and everything that happened yesterday not mattering. Savage Worlds has it has a golden hour rule for healing. You can only try to naturally heal a wound, in the first hour you take it. And after that, you have to use magic to try to heal it, which is rare. And so is very possible for you to get wounded and be walking around with that for 20 sessions. And that, again, makes it so that I don't think anyone in that game is going to rush blindly into combat after having Brock, the character, be physically maimed.
Yeah.
So brutally. And again, because this is an 18-plus game, and we all consented and had our lines and veils and comforts, and everyone was like full speed ahead on horror and gore. Just don't hurt animals in front of me. And no SA. Like, those were the lines that I'm happy to respect. But so, like, that scene of that happening to that character was brutal.
Yeah.
And, like, I didn't draw out the description. It was just like, seeing the result, just like, you're partially castrated. Just so you know, there's a huge pool of blood. And so, like, with one character, like, pulling that person back from the blood and trying to heal them, that was just that was before they got into the basement of Death House. Like, this was first floor. So it was just stuffed wolves that Strahd was like, you all are taking too long hiding out in here. I'm bored. Animate. And so they started fighting. And that actually, I know this is long ago, but one of the things that I do love with Strahd and Strahdia is the motivation of boredom.
Yes, absolutely.
It is such a good motivation for this BBEG to have brought these people here. Because depending on the hook you use, there are lots of reasons. I had her just send a letter, and it was like, it was the fake letter from the Burgomaster, that style thing. Yeah. But why did she do it? She was bored. I'm really bored, and I think bringing in some heroes and wiping their memory and having them try to survive here might provide me a little bit of entertainment, don't you think? That's the entire motivation. And watching the PCs realize that, like, actually say to each other, like, why were we brought here? And it's just like, and one person was like, maybe she's bored. And just, that is such a, like, wait a minute. We were brought here to a place where we almost died already because you were bored, is not only a great display of evil, but also how much power. Like, I am upending your entire life because I didn't have anything to do today. I was just sitting there, got an idea, and I was like, you know.
Which, honestly, good for her.
Yeah, I mean, way to solve your own boredom, I guess. Way to self-soothe. But but yeah, that's really what I think has made the difference, along with the players being willing to delve into those darker emotional states and really give into that. It's been very cool having the old trope of amnesia has been really fun, because every time one of them has accidentally wandered into the mists, they've gotten to relive a memory from their past lives.
Okay.
Who knows if it's true? It also could just be the Dark Powers or Strahd again messing with them. But if the PC believes it's true, then we start acting as if that is part of our history. So maybe a correct recreation of their past lives is being presented to them. Or maybe an entirely new personality is being curated by someone who's bored.
Yeah.
And the players recognize that possibility, even if the PCs don't. And so they're sitting here going like, now I don't even know whether to trust my own history. And as nervous as I was to do the amnesia trope, because it is such a trope, it was one of the ways that I could start them all on even footing and make a more contemporary environment kind of make sense to them.
Yeah.
So instead of coming from a high fantasy medieval Europe inspired world and going, what is this automated carriage that is, shuttling us from place to place? They just go, oh, car. Why do I know what that is? I don't know. It's a car. That's a train. And it's just, let's just get that whole confusion out of the way with this conceit of memory loss. And then it also allows them to develop who their character was over time. They can have a general idea, but then it could be, next time you step in the mist, what scene do we see? Let's play off of this. And so they get to long-term think about who they were. And I like developing your backstory as you go a little bit. And an amnesia background gives you the perfect excuse.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
I think, I don't know if necessarily specific to my setting, because I am taking inspiration from a bunch of different sources, but I do want to do more with the dark powers than is in Raw, because I think that the dark powers are fun ways to screw over the party in interesting narrative ways. So I'm going to also do kind of, again, popular fan, like consecrating the Fanes type thing. But first with the dark powers, I guess, I have already given one of my players a little item that's kind of like leading them to the Amber Temple. And this is my Shatterkai elf, who is interested in immortality already. And, it's so perfect. And that's why he's like ended up in Barovia. He's trying to find like some way to gain immortality. And I'm like, well, how about on one of your adventures, somewhere extraplanar adventures, you found this little amber shard, which has, some magical connection to something about life everlasting kind of thing. And, first time that this PC is going to like drop unconscious, Vampire is going to come and be like, well, if we make a deal, I could give you immortality and things like that. So definitely want to kind of have the dark powers as a little bit more of a presence, and kind of that being like a little bit more of the actual curse on the land, and not just you kill Strahd and then you get out and he like comes back a little while later. Instead, like, you have to somehow deal with the dark powers, in this case kind of the consecration of the Fanes being a way to loosen the dark powers grip on. But I mean, if my players, if any of them make a deal with the dark powers, then they could be the new Dark Lord. Who knows?
Yeah, I like setting that up early on, that sort of thing, and including the dark powers, especially because the ending is so. I mean, it's the curse of Barovia, right? The curse of Strahd. That's what the whole thing is. So, of course, he's gonna come back. But for there to be a way to either keep him away by replacing him, or, like, taking care of the dark powers altogether, like, I like that a lot.
Yeah. And I think it just is a more satisfying end. Like, the end as written is very, like, gothic horror, like this eternal, like, cycle of suffering. But I feel like maybe for a D&D campaign, it feels more satisfying to have it be like, oh, what we did actually mattered, versus, well, we got out, but everybody else is still fucked.
Which is a fine ending, like, depending
on
what the, like, what your party does, that, like, okay, yeah, you did a lot, but you didn't do, like, you didn't meet certain requirements, so, like, we did get it just starts all over again ending, right? But for there to be options, other avenues, I think is very important to include. Exactly.
There's that horror of, like, did you do enough to actually make a difference, or was it not enough? Like, if they don't really pursue the consecration of the Fanes and things like that, if they kill Strahd, they'll get out. He'll come back in a while, and that's that. They failed.
Now, I'm curious, in your planning, is there anything, like any area or any character or anything like that doesn't super interest you? Like, you don't know if you'll really touch on unless, like, your party latches onto it?
I think the biggest part there would be the Mad Mage and everything to deal with him. I don't know how I will include him if I do. I feel like, at least from what I've been planning, he just kind of feels a little like, oh, this super powerful wizard who's also shown up in Barovia and is now trapped and has lost his mind, and it just kind of feels almost disconnected from a lot of the rest of the themes going on. I mean, like, there's the theme of being trapped in like this hellscape of Barovia alongside your characters, but I'm not sure exactly what to do with this strange fish wizard that's wandering around the wilds.
That's so
But
valid, because that's another character that they just kind of throw in there for you, but they don't really tell you much about who he's supposed to be or like how to play him, which like does have a sandbox feel to it, right? But like if you're running it for the first time, or even if you're just a newer DM, like altogether, it would be difficult to figure out how to include him. I've never had people care enough.
right? And it's like they have to do such specific things to like figure out who he is, and then like even if they do figure out who he is, like the party, like the actual players, aren't really going to care unless they're like deep in D&D lore, or not even that deep, but like they have to know D&D lore to be like, oh, this is somebody who pops up in the handbooks and things like that. And if they don't know that, then it's just kind of like, okay, there's a powerful wizard. Will you help us fight Strahd? Cool, let's go.
Yeah. But there's also, like, he's lost his mind, so can you convince someone who's insane in some way to want to help? Like, I don't know. Like, he's definitely a difficult point to bring into. I totally agree with that.
So, we'll see if any of my... He's probably going to be around, and we'll see if any of my party actually, like, latches on, in which case I will think about how to actually run him. But otherwise, it's just kind of a weird guy wandering around outside Balaki.
Yeah. Like, I've dropped hints to my party, like, early on about who he, like, that he's there, but, like, no one's been interested in any time that I've run it. So it's just like, okay. Like, I have my plans for him, but I don't know if he'll ever come to light unless I happen to choose him for, like, the fated ally. Then it's like, okay, that's gonna,
like,
for a different run of
things,
it'll, exactly.
Definitely. Yeah. And honestly, like, going through and figuring out, like, will my players latch on to this or this, and different, like, avenues, coming at it from a DM's perspective has just really made me wonder how many things we just, like, didn't pursue in my first run of Strahd as a player. And, like, I know the raw versions of what we might have pursued and what we might not have pursued, but, like, I really wonder how much my DM had prepared that we just, like, didn't latch on to.
Yeah.
Or, like, things that we did that suddenly he had to, like, prep on the fly because he was like, I didn't think you were going to care about that.
And I think that's the beautiful part about this setting, though, is there is so many different avenues, different parts of the world, different lore that you can bring into it that, like, you're never going to see everything your first run through. To where, like, I feel like there's a lot of replayability in Curse of Strahd that maybe other modules probably don't really have the same amount of replayability. Just I don't know. I've yet to have, because I've sorry, my train of thought just went all over the place all at once.
All good.
I've run 4 times. I'm about to have a 5th group.
Ooh, nice.
2 of them, like, finished, like, kind of fell apart, like, years ago sort of thing, but, like...
That's the real Curse of Strahd.
Exactly.
It's just the fact that nobody can get through the module.
It's just such a long module of, like, I love it, but it is. That is the Curse of Strahd. That was a beautiful way to put that. But I've, like, had a wide variety of different players, and I've yet to have people react to things the same way, or latch on to the same things, or want to follow through with certain things. Like, there's a couple things that have been the same for me, which is good news for you, hopefully, latching on and getting attached to Ireena and bringing her along and, like, helping her train and stuff like that. Like, that's been my one common absolute, is people loving Ireena Kolyana. Everything else,
she's great.
Up in the air.
Yep. Absolutely. And, like, I mean, interacting with like the fandom, I love that Victor is like a fan favorite in so many spaces. We killed him in our game in like my first run through, and I'm like, oh, cool. Like our druid was really just not into this little sociopathic teenager who turned his like betrothed into a cat, and he was like, well, no, fuck you.
Yeah, I also didn't realize until very recently that Victor was a fan favorite of, like, the space, right?
Yeah.
Because in my game, the PC that has Sergei's soul, I forget what Victor did, but I'm pretty sure he offended Ireena in some way, shape, or form. So he wanted to kill Victor, but the rest of the party was like, hey, no, we're not doing that. Especially because the burgomaster was already killed, so he was officially like the new leader of Vallaki, but like, like, only hours had passed. So instead, to try to scare him, because he's Dampier, he climbed up on the ceiling, pulling Victor with him, hung upside down from like the chandelier in the Blue Water Inn, and got a nat 20 on a intimidation check to scare the shit out of him. And
I love that.
I think nat 20s can be a beautiful thing to achieve what you want, but maybe not exactly how you want it to. So now we have a joke about a piss chandelier, because yes, he succeeded in intimidating Victor, but he also made him pee himself in the process of doing so.
Flawless. Oh, that's flawless.
So that party does not like Victor, and it was well after that fact that I found out like how much the rest of the fans love Victor, and I was like, oh,
right?
Interesting.
It's so interesting to see like everybody's different takes on the character and like who latches on to whichever character, and like like a contrasting character, I guess, in my run as a player, we latched on to Ezek, and we fixed him, and now he's Ireena's bodyguard, essentially.
You know, good for him.
Honestly, yeah. And we would protect that man with our lives. Whereas, like, I feel like he's not usually a character that people keep alive in their runs. So, who knows? I'm excited to see what my party ends up doing and who they latch on to. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, do you have any last closing thoughts?
What an incredible module, especially because it's given us so little to work with in the actual book itself. I really appreciate just like the online fandom space of Curse of Strahd and talking to other people who have run it or are playing in it, and hearing everybody's unique take on it, because it is one story and yet it is so many different stories that can like stem from that, and that is something that I have fallen entirely with.
Absolutely, yeah.
Players. Having the right players play the game and know what they're getting into.
Yes.
You've got to have that session 0. It's an absolute must. We had 2 other characters, and this is where you start getting the idea of the slapstick. There was a Goliath barbarian and a gnome rogue that were sisters. They're in the backgrounds that it gives you in Curse of Strahd. One of them is raised by a hag. That's what they both picked. So they were sisters who were constantly bickering with one another.
Love that.
We had a dwarf samurai, a barbarian sorcerer. I'm trying to think what the other characters were now. My brain's going my old age. Oh yeah, obviously the halfling rogue who got turned into a mongrel man. But the ring of regeneration that they got out of the graveyard at the abbey also helped cure what was done to him. So I'll do things like that to players, but I'll always give them an opportunity to reverse it.
Yeah.
Because you don't punish your players. Give them a challenge and give them a way to sort it.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. Especially because there's so many RP opportunities if you present them with an issue or a change like that to solve it, or do you accept it? That's a huge decision for a player to make.
Yeah. And the player, to be honest with you, the player felt a bit picked on when it happened. And I had to have a little chat with him away from the group, in between games. I said, look, nobody's having a go at you. It's just you said the wrong thing to the abbot, and that's what he did. You know, so he's not sane.
Yeah.
They did actually help incite a riot in the abbey and free the mongrel men. So, unfortunately, if I ever do write a sequel to it, because I have considered writing a sequel to Curse of Strahd, my initial idea was to call it Curse of the Vistani.
Oh.
And basically, a group of Vistani have been gathered and sent into Ravenloft to find the original document that was signed in blood that bound them to Strahd's service and to destroy it. So it's salvation for the entire Vistani people, if they can do it. And that one, it's going to be sort of set 10 years after. And I think I was going to say Strahd's supposedly been destroyed, but no one knows for certain. But his brides are still there, and I was going to make the brides a little bit more powerful. All 4 of them, and give each one of them a different reading on the cards for where their secret lair is.
I like that a lot. That's going to be a fun idea if you do end up writing that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I do write it, I'll run it and you can join in the group.
I would love that.
Outstanding.
But I did want to point out, because you mentioned like session 0 as being so important, and you shared like that conversation you had as an aside with that player. I think those are so important to be able to have, in the fact that like having the right party members. You have to be able to have open, honest conversations, because even if you run this as like a more of a slapstick version, there's still moments that are going to be darker because it's a gritty, grim, gothic horror world.
I mean, my players went a little bit squiffy with some of the stuff in the game. They missed most of the plot lines at Vallaki out because they were busy to get Ireena to the Abbey. So they skipped a lot of the potential encounters there. One of them that they did deal with, however, was the fisherman that had kidnapped one of the Vistani girls and was sacrificing and trying to sacrifice her. One of the players cottoned on to that due to just going out for a walk at night and saw something happening. They got involved, and to sort it out, they dragged him and the young girl who'd been taken to the Vistani encampment just outside and gave him to the Vistani to deal with. And the fisherman was never seen again. I didn't say what they did. They just said, you see him being taken off into the woods by 4 Vistani men with big knives. And just left it at their imagination.
Yes. Which is the beauty of running a horror campaign, is sometimes less can be more.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't say I've been the best at running horror, but, you know, I'm getting better at it as I'm getting older, because I'm understanding more that it's not about fear. It's about letting people's minds build that horror for themselves, rather than tell them that this is scary. Let them discover what they think is scary themselves, sort of thing. So don't tell them that they were eaten by, just let them see that something's happened here, that there's a big monster about.
Now I'm curious, because there's so much to do in this setting that players, they're going to go where they're going to go. The story's going to follow certain things. Like you said, they missed a lot in Vallaki. Yeah. Is there anything that you didn't get to do that you kind of wish you would have gotten to touch on that you might want to highlight in your future game?
They never really encountered them much with the werewolves. They dealt with the were-ravens, and the gnome rogue that was the sister to the Goliath became a were-raven as part of dealing, because they became basically freedom fighters.
Yeah.
Which was nice. That was good. I think I would like to do something more towards having the werewolves and the were-ravens not getting on. And maybe either pick one side over the other and finish the other off, or find a common ground for them to work together.
Well, I'm definitely partial to that sort of storyline, since my whole online persona is the were-raven, so that's always fun to hear people including that. And I like the idea of those two lycanthropes not particularly liking each other.
Yeah. In the Savage Worlds Horror Companion, which is one I'll be using to add a bit on, it's got a whole bunch of rules for lycanthropes in it, including special edges and perks that they can pick.
Very
so
nice.
there's some nice ones there if somebody does go down the werewolf or were-raven route.
Then back to you converting to another system. Is there anything that you'd like to share with any insight of that process, or?
It's going to be a long process because I'm going literally chapter by chapter when I get the free time, and I don't have as much free time these days as I wish I did.
Fair.
But it's a fun process because you have to spend time sitting and thinking and making NPCs more than just the cut and paste NPCs that you tend to get in some of the more simplistic games. It's like you mentioned earlier that a lot of the NPCs in Ravenloft are just, Eastern European types, and they've left it at that. So just trying to give them a bit more something. So it just takes time.
Yeah. Taking the time doing that, letting them stand out a bit more on their own, because a lot of what makes, what can propel a party to want to even help Barovia is the people. So making them more unique and doing it with a new system, I think is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah. I am thinking, I'm not sure I'll do it in the full conversion, but if I do a later one, I want to sort of look at what the place is like 10 years later. Because I think there could be something more north of the big lake, north of Vallaki.
Yes.
I was thinking maybe a big logging camp there that supplies wood for building timber and other materials. And maybe a road coming from Barovia itself leading to the bottom of Mount Gacchus on the west to the east side, and maybe a mine of some variety there. Which obviously, since it's on Mount Gacchus, it's going to end up being a cursed mine, but
Of course.
good intentions always lead to bad results in Barovia.
Yeah. But adding those things totally makes sense, because that's something that, as written, the map currently is really lacking. But they would obviously have those sorts of things for those resources.
Another thing I'm going to do on the map is I'm going to make the distance between the places a bit longer. I want it to be like at least a day, maybe 2 days journey from one town to the next. So you've got to be out in the wilderness, and it's going to be risky.
Yes.
Rather than just get a fast horse and you're there.
Yeah, I always extend the distance, because it just feels like it makes it a little too easy for travel if you don't.
And another location that my party never went to was the windmill.
You never went to the windmill.
No, they saw it and went, no. Which way? They all shook their head and went, we're not going there. That's haunted or something.
I mean, good instincts, but
Yeah.
that's wild that they just completely missed that whole
Yeah,
thing.
they just saw it, just turned the horses and carried on going. But if I remember rightly, in the haunted house story at the back of the book, the Death House, right, in one of the locations there's a scroll which is the deeds to the windmill.
Yes.
Now, I didn't actually run the Death House because I let my players, and when I run 5e, I let my players start at level 3. So they can have the whatever class speciality they go for. And it gives them a bit more individuality and a bit more XP. You can start a little tougher. But I didn't run the Death House, but when I run it next in Savage, I will. And having that deed is very important, because a vampire can go in anywhere it wants, with their owner's permission. If they own that, put their name on that deed, they own that land, a vampire cannot enter. Unless you've got a harpoon and pull you out.
And that could be a very interesting home base for a party if they were to go that route.
Yes, you just need to remove the current tenants.
Yes.
Another resource I found really useful when I was running it was on Facebook, the Curse of Strahd DMs group. There's an app, I'm still in it today and still give advice. There's a ton of resources. People have done lots of different variations on it. And it's definitely, if you or anybody watching or listening hasn't already got onto that and are going to run it, get on it and get running it. Get onto it and use it, because it's so damn useful. You've got people who run it, tons of people who've run it, and you can ask advice, and most of the time you'll get a decent response. There's been a couple of idiots on there, like there is anywhere on social media, unfortunately. But for the most part, people will be happy to respond with helpful advice.
That is good to know. And it's one of the things that I love the most about like the Curse of Strahd community is there are so many resources because it is such a love setting across editions, right? Like there's always someone who's going to have an answer if you have a question about running it. And we always come together to talk about it because who doesn't love a vampire horror setting?
Well, it is one of the classic D&D games. I mean, there's not that many that are being reprinted in, I think, every single edition.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a reason why it lasts. It is a good game.
So it is time to address the question of the hour. After speaking with all 6 DMs and GMs about how they've approached the setting of Barovia, our beloved Curse of Strahd, how similarly or differently do we all think? Really, honestly, kind of in the end, it low-key doesn't matter. Which feels like a really rough end to this question that I'm telling you that the whole thing that I did doesn't actually matter. Because there were so many similarities in how we approach things. There were a lot of things that those I spoke to differed on and how they've approached and solved problems. And at the end of the day, this has really just made me realize that we should be talking to each other as DMs or GMs, depending on what system you're running anything in. If you know someone who's running a setting similar to yours, or is just running the complete same system, because I'm forever stuck in the Cult of Curse of Strahd, if you know people who are running the same module or a similar setting, talk with them. It was immensely valuable to me to hear other people's perspectives and hear their ideas that I just hadn't considered because I've been running it for so long that like I do what I do, and each run is different of mine because I've run it 5-6 times. Some of them are currently going. But I'm not the only brain in the world, and people see things differently than me, so there's nothing to lose by talking to people who are just as in love and working with a similar or the same setting that you are. You are only going to get inspiration. Someone could give you counsel about how to solve certain problems that you're trying to navigate, both in what your party's deciding or just in the world that you don't like and you don't feel like fits properly. Someone is going to have an idea that will spark a light in you the way that after talking to each of these individuals, I felt like a spark ignite in myself of different ways I wanted to approach things, different perspectives about Strahd and the world and the history and how to better immerse myself so that my parties can feel immersed in the world, so that it feels like as real as like fantasy can, right? Like it's only a benefit, and that's what I'm taking away from it. So I feel like most of my conclusion is just going to be encouraging all of you to also talk to other DMs. The other conclusion that I am coming to is how, despite the fact that I have been running Curse of Strahd campaigns since 2018, how little I've interacted with the fan space of it, especially some of like the collectively agreed upon headcanons about like the brides, or like how Victor's a fan favorite, or these free guides by Mandy Mod and Drag Jakarta that I have a horrible and wonderful way of staying in my own little corner of the world and not spreading myself out. I find it very easily to just be in my bubble and staying in said bubble. So like this was my first venture in like speaking with other GMs to get to be out of my comfort zone into the space a bit more, and realizing that I've only ever used the resource of my brain, my imagination, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I do want to explore some of these fan celebrated and created guides and resources and everything, and actually like get more ideas that have come from other people's beautiful brains, because I just haven't. And I don't know why it didn't hit me. I knew that there was a huge community around this module and that lots of stuff has been made for it. I knew this, but I never touched it. And I don't know why. I have no good explanation as of why, other than I stay in my bubble. And I'm not going to do that anymore. So I guess this is like my first venture in doing that, like I said. But I'm going to start looking at other stuff. And I would encourage, if you can't or don't have anyone to reach out to talk to, as I'm trying to encourage you to talk to other DMs in the same setting that you're running, online resources. Those are your best friends. There's people who post stuff for free. There's people that have put work into it, and I think they do deserve to get paid, that you can find on other websites that I'll probably write here that I'm blanking on the name of. You know, I was supposed to script this. I don't do things that I'm supposed to do that would make my life 100% easier. Anyway. But now that we've gotten to the end here, I still just feel equally as inspired about pretty much everything anyone said. Just hearing the range of perspectives from the age range of people that I talk to, the different identities, the different reasons they're running it, from just home games long ago, home games recently, about to start a home game, to actual plays, and converting it to other systems. There's just so much, I don't know, there's so much creativity and love and thoughtfulness for one of the greatest modules, in my opinion, which is infallible, and I'm not wrong about this, and I'm not going to take any criticism about it. One of the best, or the best D&D 5e module. And probably in other editions, but I don't want to touch those. So I'm gonna stake that claim still. Of even just the people I got to talk to. And that's like, I talked to six people that have touched this module and are running it or have run it and care about it and were immersed in it. Like, there's so many more people that have done this. Could you imagine if I'm looking at myself right now. I'm not doing this again. This was a lot of work. I jumped off the deep end with this project. It's the only thing I ever know how to do, is jumping off the deep end. I dive in and I don't realize what I'm getting myself into until we're in the thick of it. And hello, we're in the thick of it. Well, I'm actually towards the end of it. And every step of the way has been amazing, despite any bumps along the road. And I feel like I'm kind of just rambling now. But yeah, talk to other GMs. It was so rewarding for me to do so. So I want to encourage you all to do that. Curse of Strahd. I don't know where I would be without that module, which feels a little silly. But, you know, like, storytelling has been a part of humanity for ever. Dare I say the dawn of time. So it just makes sense that, like, I don't know, something like this can completely change your world. Because it completely changed my world. And I know how influential it's been for so many people telling this particular story in different fonts, different tones, different approaches, the different storylines and arcs you can get depending on what party makeup you get, and the Tarokka reading of it all. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's about the story, the heart, the darkness, the overcoming of that has stuck with us for so long, and I think it's why it resonates so much with so many people in different ways, because there's different story beats that hit true for different people. At the 6 DMs I talked to, not everyone really latched on to all of the same things. And I don't know, I think there's just something beautiful, that there's something so relatable and profound about this particular storyline that connects so many people. People who would have never met, but did because of this. And at the end of the day, despite him being a terrible, terrible man, look at his little face. My short king back there. He's an awful, terrible man, but we all love to hate him. I think that might stroke his ego a little too much. I don't know how much I like that. But as recently has been pointed out to me, I might be the IRL Rahadin, so I'm not really allowed to complain about people stroking his ego. 'Cause look at me, I'm matching. I'm matching. But anyway, let's throw it back to me as I thank all of my guests for joining me for this and giving me the chance to talk to them about all of it. But yeah. First, I just want to thank you again for being a part of this. This has been a wonderful conversation. Would you remind us who you are and if there's anything that you'd like to plug before we get on out of here?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. Like I said before, my name is Kendrick or Kendo, whichever you prefer, and you can find me everywhere on the internet that matters at kendomakesfilms, and you can find my actual play podcast, Tales Yet Told, wherever you get your podcasts, and anywhere on the internet that matters at Tales Yet Told. And if you like Barovia and you like Demiplanes of Dread, you should go listen to anything on Tales Yet Told with the end title In the Woods. That's Strangers in the Wood, Voices in the Wood, and Our Lives in the Wood, because I guarantee you I was heavily inspired by Curse of Strahd in building that world, and so it's a little bit like that.
Yeah, well, I don't do anything. I'm just a nerd who hoards books. But my name is Molly. If you want to follow me, I am probably some iteration of the roguish bard on all my socials. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I will probably put it out there that maybe one day I'll start doing paid DMing, but until then, I'm just gonna vibe.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you so much, Locke. This was really fun.
Of
I always,
course.
I'm just always glad it's just my favorite thing, it's my favorite thing, vampires and D&D, and so any chance I get to gab about it for 45 minutes, I'll take it. My name is Trevor William Fail. I am the Critical Fail DM. If you're interested in the Strahdcast, you can find us anywhere podcasts are sold. We're on Spotify, we're on Apple Podcasts, anywhere at all. If you're interested in finding more out about us, you can go to Critical Fail. That's FAYLE DM, Critical Fail DM, where we have all of our information, not just about the Strahdcast, but all the other projects we do. We stream on Twitch pretty regularly. Just this past Monday, we started Chariot of the Goons, which is we're playing the Alien tabletop role-playing game.
Fun.
Another of our numbers is taking us through that. We've done Delta Green and Call of Cthulhu in the past on there, and we also stream just like a little Let's Play series as well. Ned, who plays Drogar in the podcast, we just finished Baldur's Gate 3, and now we're playing through Red Dead Redemption. So folks just come and hang out in the chat, and we have a good time. So we do lots of different kinds of stuff. So if any of that sounds interesting at all, you can just look us up, Critical Fail, again, Critical Fail, FAYLE DM. And thanks for checking us out. We're always happy for new folks coming in. And we love to have a good time and hope we can facilitate one for y'all too.
Thank you for hosting this. I think as one of the most popular campaigns in D&D, it's the more advice you can get from more people, there are lots of ways to go about it. So I love that you're doing this. Thank you for spearheading it.
Well, of course.
My name is Ethan. Buff DM on TikTok and online. The name of the podcast, our narrative play podcast, is Go Buff Yourself. So we have City of the Crimson Tower on there. We have Wild Beyond, which is a 5e playthrough of a slightly reworked Wild Beyond the Witchlight. We have a Mothership mini campaign on there if you want sci-fi horror. Also a great system for horror, Mothership. Love it. Just yesterday or the day before, put out a one-shot with the system Our Brilliant Ruin. So if you want, a little bit closer to Edwardian or Victorian social etiquette and navigating the treacherous waters of high society mixed with ghost stories, Our Brilliant Ruin is a good one. So that's what's going on here. You can follow our Twitch at Thousand Faces TTRPG. That's me and my wife, Thousand Faces Cosplay. So that's the other place you can find us.
I'm Angel, and you can find me on my personal socials at angelfrost or angelfrost27 on most social media sites. And if you check out Strahd Zine on Tumblr, we've got a zine of Curse of Strahd that y'all should check out. We are working on Volume 2, which should be out pretty shortly.
Right, I am Simon. I'm the Out of Print GM, and you can find me on all the social media that matters as the Out of Print GM. On Facebook, I have a page called the Out of Print GM's Bag of Holding, which is underutilized, but I am there. But mostly you'll find me on things like TikTok, where I just find it easy to do video responses and have a great community on there. So everybody's welcome.
Before we go, I do just want to thank you all for watching. I know this was a big, hefty project, and it was quite a long haul to get through. But if you watched all of it, I am eternally grateful. I am debating making a solo video about my answers, because a couple of the GMs that I talked to did ask me if I was going to answer some of them, and obviously I did throw in some of my own opinions along the way, but I obviously have a lot more to say about the module itself, so I might do that for my next project. I do want to talk to players, Curse of Strahd players, in kind of a similar format, but this was such a big project that I'm going to take a break before I'm allowed to do that. No one's allowed to let me do that. I'm not going to listen to you. No one's allowed to let me do that. But eventually there will be the other side, the other perspective, so look out for that. This is my first official video, so if you liked this, please subscribe, like the video, blah blah blah, you know what to do. Let me know that me traversing the mist was worth it. Let me know that my turmoil is worth it. Subscribe, please. I am going to make a lot more Curse of Strahd, Ravenloft content. I do want to game a little bit, but I don't know when I'm going to start doing that, to be honest with you. We'll see. If you want to follow the rest of my stuff, I do have a Ravenloft lore podcast with my friend Natalie, that's Dark Lords and Dragons. We are on Spotify and YouTube. It's a video podcast. We got plenty of stuff for you to binge. So if you want more content right away, that's where you'll find me the most. All of my socials are the Were-Raven, so if it matters and I have it, it's the Were-Raven. Shocking development that I would have all of my branding on lock. Boom. But yeah, I have been your host. My name is Locke. Pronouns are they, he. And I guess I'll see you around the Blue Water Inn.